You know, the one big question, or we might say the one question in three parts, that has been asked since the beginning of time, is the one that nobody seems to have an answer for. The great question is, where did we come from? Why are we here? And where are we going? Now, to go on century after century without really giving much investigation to this subject seems remarkable. We would think that it would be the first thing everyone would think of. But I suppose it's been the frustration of not having a good answer. But the fact remains that until we have some concept of our own purpose, it is very difficult to expect us to solve problems and make the proper progress in civilization. We are here for a reason of some kind. Most people are willing to admit the possibility of it. Others are not at all sure. Now, there are three schools of thought on the subject. The first is the materialistic. And this school is very simple. We are here for no reason. We are simply a continuing pattern of accidents. We will continue as long as we make mistakes, as long as our processes of perpetuation go on, and when that ends, we will end with it. We came from nowhere in particular. We are going nowhere after we pass out of here, and our little life is rounded by a sleep. Now, this is not very satisfactory. It has helped to establish one of the most difficult situations we face, and that is materialism as a way of life. If we're going nowhere, if we came from nowhere in particular, and are here for no reason in particular, then all ethics, morality, culture are illusions. We are simply something that is going to be active and animated as long as we breathe. As soon as the death hits, we are finished. There's nothing more to be expected, nothing more to be hoped for. Well, many people in the modern world have been following that belief. In fact, it is regarded as the intellectual, superior attitude. It explains everything by denying everything, and expects to build upon this foundation an enduring culture. This materialistic point of view is obviously a perfect reason for the trouble we're in. If there are no principles in life, if there are no realities, and each individual lives for himself and for what he can get, and all will lie down and sleep forever, there is very little meaning to existence. There is no hope, no purpose, no outlet into the future, no fulfillment of dreams or hopes or aspirations, simply this dogged continuance of birth, death, and decay. Well, for a long time we considered this to be rather an elegant attitude. But now, in the emergencies of life, we are not quite so certain. We're a little worried. If all there is what is here, and all we can do is what we have done, and some more of the same, the future does not look very bright. Now, the second point of view is the theological. The theological point of view has been held in all parts of the world by various groups. But strangely enough, theology is not consistent in all of its branches. All theologies do not have the same beliefs, but all of them do believe that the human being has a reason for existence. The theology believes that man was created by a divine power, that he is here to fulfill a divine destiny, and that after he is finished here, he will depart to a place of punishment and or reward according to the merits of his life. Well, this seems like another neat package, and it has been followed and accepted. But again, it is rather difficult to explain it, because while we now place everything in the hands of deity, deity doesn't seem in this sense to have a reasonable purpose for all the work that has been done. The deity is not very practical if it is creating things in its own image, treating them according to its own will, and returning them to itself regardless of what happens. This seems to mean that there's a great deal of wasted energy, wasted time in the divine process. If all things are created by deity, they could have been created correctly in the first place, and that would have been the end of it. We would all be good, we would all be enlightened, and we would all be children of the eternal. This is not the way it is. And after having created us with the wisdom of a divine power, this divine power has left us to struggle as best we can against the troubles and worries and problems of mortal existence. So we have this next problem, is that man is a spiritual being, that the human being is a creation, is a type in itself, that it was fashioned for a purpose, and that this purpose rests in the mind of deity. That man has not yet fully understood the purpose is obvious, but theology affirms that there is a purpose, and that while we may not be able to prove it scientifically, we can experience through the mystery of faith the importance of this purpose. After it is all said and done, we will depart according to our merits and our demerits. But it's again a little difficult to understand this, because so many different kinds of merits and demerits present themselves for consideration. We find the poor and the suffering. We find individuals beyond the hope of life that is worthwhile. We find wars and pillage and all the difficulties and inhumanities of man to man, and we wonder how all this can exist within a world created by a benevolent deity. So again, there are questions. There are doubts. There are problems as to how many people are good enough to go to heaven and how many people are bad enough to go to hell. There seems to be a sort of middle distance where most folks mingle in a confusion of virtues and vices. All of this seems to indicate a very inadequate explanation of the realities of existence. There should be something better than this. It is something that has been accepted on faith. Well, faith is a wonderful thing, and we all have to have it. But we'd like to see a certain reasonable demonstration of the verities of faith. We like to believe that behind and beyond all of our human uncertainties, there is a divine or universal plan of some kind suitable to meet the needs of all these creatures, not only human, but all the other creatures of nature. For we are told in many religions that all creatures, great and small, are part of the great pilgrimage of life through matter, which we call evolution. The third approach to the matter is the philosophical approach, and that is very largely in the keeping of Oriental peoples, or was, although it was held in high esteem by the Greeks, and it also came into some play in the early Roman Empire, and that is the doctrine of reincarnation. Reincarnation makes the life of the individual only a chapter in a larger existence. Well, this doesn't necessarily solve anything, but it gives a larger perspective. The individual is not just brand new each time he gets here, and he's not all worn out and ready to cease when he departs. And the various developments and degrees of intelligence, the various unfoldments of virtues and vices, are according to laws and principles. Therefore, out of the doctrine of metempsychosis, as it was called by the Greeks, came the belief that each of our little embodiments is a chapter in a development of a great over-soul, a great power, as Emerson calls it, a power which is manifesting itself through a creation in which it embodies itself and goes on through ages of growth and unfoldment. The doctrine of reincarnation has certain attractions to it also. It becomes the basis of hope, of realities. It gives us the possibility of planning a little bit as to what we're going to do. It gives us the hope that we'll get some more of it done later, and it also will help us to realize that part of what we have now we have earned at some past time. So we have this rather philosophical attitude of being willing to live now because it's part of a greater life. We have escaped the single life concept. We do not have the belief or feeling that in a few years all things must be solved. We rather assume that things will go on and on through long periods of time. Now all of this also enters into another consideration. Here we have deity as a power. Whether we desire to consider it as a being, as a person, as a principle, as an energy, as a concept, as a conviction, or as merely a belief, we have the idea of a sovereignty of virtuous intelligence. We place at the head of life a deity. Now, this is not necessarily easily provable, but there is enough evidence accumulating, as Bacon pointed out, to indicate that there is a sovereignty of intellect that guides all things. There is a power in nature that predisposes all natural things to come in the fulfillment of themselves. Therefore, there is a predestination for salvation. There is something that we must expect. We must expect to have the opportunity to overcome our limitations and also to come into the direct participation in the glory and goodness of deity. So we have all these things, and we believe them all. And we have all kinds of little beliefs, not quite so strong or powerful or sincere or complicated, but still beliefs that are held by Aboriginal peoples and were held long ago and have faded away, but were part of our heritage of believing. All these things together then constitute a situation. Now comes the more important part of this situation. Is it enough to affirm that such possibilities exist? What do we do with the beliefs that we hold? If we have a certain belief, are we doing anything with it? Are we all doing exactly the same thing with different beliefs? Is the materialist and the theist, are they both doing the same kind of things in daily life, although their beliefs are entirely different? We must say to ourselves, is the atheist who believes in nothing in any way superior to or inferior to a theist who, believing much, continues to act exactly as he did before? Are we to find any indication that the beliefs that we hold result in major changes in our living? Are we living toward a belief, from a belief, or alongside of one which we have never actually embraced? Here we have a belief, for example, in metempsychosis or reincarnation, that we are here to experience and to learn. And then we find millions of people doing everything they possibly can to escape experience and learning. The one thing they want is to be left alone to do as they please. Well, that is more or less a frustration of a law. If they believe there is a law, there are realities, there are rules, and then pay no attention to them, nothing much has been accomplished. Even the most beautiful of all beliefs dies of learning if nobody accepts it. So we have individuals now who believe they will live again, but are not building anything to use if they should live again. They're quite certain they will be back, but what will they be like when they come back? What were they like when they came here this time? And why do they come with a mass of unfinished business and after a certain number of years depart with most of that business still unfinished? Therefore we have an inconsistency. We have a belief in integrities, but they do not impel the individual who claims to believe in these integrities to live according to them. There are many, many different schools of thought on reincarnation, for example, of different types of believing in connection with it, with the reasons that cause it, the reasons that manifest through it, the purposes for which it is intended. But the majority of persons who claim to believe it today are not practicing any of those virtues any better than the individual who has no such belief. Now the same is true of all the others. Those who believe in heaven according to the good book and are waiting for the advent of the Messiah are not living today as though they believed in anything. They want to go on exactly as they are, going now. They want to continue their investments, their stocks and bonds. They wish to have their private quarrels and their private difficulties just the way they've always had them. So the fact that they believe in a better hereafter does not, in many cases at least, induce them to live to merit a better hereafter. You can go to church every Sunday for the rest of your life, but if you don't live any of it in daily living, it is not certain that your attendance to the church is sufficient to guarantee salvation. It has something to do with conduct, something to do with ethics, something to do with morality. And these things today are not generally practiced, even by those who claim to believe things. So we have individuals who have theological hopes that they will sometime rest in the arms of the Lord, but they continue to foreclose mortgages just as they did before. In fact, in many instances, particularly recently, there's been a great deal of exploitation of religion. There have been many cases in which the gullibility has been injured, or the hopefulness of the people has been double-crossed by these exploitations of religious beliefs. So there is no definite certainty that these beliefs are producing what they claim to produce. There is also an indication that we have to consider that while the good book tells us that the good man has no place to lay his head, most of our modern religionists have found some place to rest comfortably. They are not inclined to suffer too much for their causes. So all these things come together and we have an interesting problem. We have all kinds of statements made, and I have them come to me frequently. Someone will say, well, I want to get a better religion. I want to believe in something that's really going to do things. So you try to help them to find something, and you find it rather difficult to find anything which you can heartily recommend as actually doing something that is necessary. So you can only suggest that one or two have seemed to have a little better reputation than the others. But all of it sums up again to this question: why are we here? Where did we come from? And where are we going? We have every theory you can imagine about it, but we have very little solid, substantial footing upon which to build personal character. So this brings us back again to what constitutes, to my way of thinking at least, a very important phase of learning, and that is ethics. Ethics are very important. Ethics are the practice of integrities. An ethical life is a life which contains within it a maximum of ethics or a maximum of constructive explanation and experience. The ethical aspect of life, then, will say that is why we should be good, is because that's ethics. And if we're good and it's ethics, that's going to be a big help to us. But is it? We mostly find that ethical people, really ethical people, are poor and downtrodden. Most of the ethical individuals are not actually benefiting from ethics, nor do they know where they're going. The ethical life doesn't mean that you're going to have immortality. It is not, in any sense of the word, a solution to materialism. It doesn't necessarily represent materialism. The individual, ethically, could be mortal and disappear into the earth with his ancestors, and still he would have died a good man, where in some other belief he might have died a bad man. But these things do not seem to solve anything. So we come in the end to the great problem that has faced us from the beginning of time. What kind of a world do we live in? Now we would think it would be quite easy and pleasant to depend now upon science, which has done so much to expand our understanding of worlds and world conditions. Science, therefore, might well describe the kind of universe or the kind of nature that is permeating all experience or is justifying all the worlds in which we function in our daily living. But now science also has its limitations. Science, for some unknown reason, has never quite been able to get its way into a true universal ethic. Science is exact as far as it goes, but most of its exactness has to be revised occasionally. There is no true, complete system of approved and immovable ethics in science. And without ethics, science is dangerous. And with ethics, it could be very constructive. But science is not aware of a pattern which it can scientifically demonstrate to be ethical. Ethics does not seem to arise in nature. But I think the scientist has overlooked something. He's overlooked the fact that he can't find any ethics in nature, because nature itself is one ethics in itself. Nature is the supreme example of ethics, and continues this way. But with us mortals, we are constantly trying to destroy the ethics of nature. We are trying to prove that the illusions of science are more real and valuable than the realities of nature. So we go to the rules that we have ourselves invented and neglect the rules which were invented long before we existed. So the problem comes back again to the problem of the administration of the universe. Is there a God? Some say yes, some say no. Some say it's a principle. Some say it's a person. Some say it's a structure of laws. It's an infinite mind, an infinite will, an infinite purpose. It is ultimate reality. All these words and terms are important to us, but we do not always know what they mean. So we have now come to another problem: how to explain ourselves to ourselves or to each other in a manner that can help to move us into a new dimension of life in the century ahead. We have all these questions. We have all kinds of good ideas. We have all kinds of ethical ideals and idealistic thinking, but nothing seems to happen. The good is always, in a sense, in the abstract. The discomforts are all in the concrete. We are daily suffering in a world in which we are constantly creating patterns of beauty, magnificence, and divine order. So we have now to kind of look it all over and see what we're working with. What is man? What is man that thou shalt be mindful of him? What is it that's trying to grow here? Is the individual an eternal being moving through a non-eternal atmosphere or environment? Is the individual a spark of the divine? Is humanity collectively the nature of a divine being? Is the human being a creation of divinity? Or is it a result of the unfoldment of natural laws in the material world? The question of man's place becomes terribly important in determining his future. So we can look around and we can say to ourselves, let's see what is happening. Here we have a competition. We have two forces pulling against each other for control of human destiny. On the one hand is the invisible force of life itself, the divine pattern, whatever it may be. This remains unchangeable. On the other hand, we have man creating a private universe of his own. The scientist, the mystic, the theologian, the ethical thinker, all are working together to create a universe of their own. The universe which has its roots in realities which they postulate. So that we have now on one side a materialistic creation of one group, and on the other side an idealistic creation by another group. The answer, of course, is rather obvious. Which is the most comforting? The answer, of course, is the idealistic is the most comforting. But what is the most difficult to obtain? The idealistic. Therefore, many people are willing to settle for material comforts, material success, and material benefits in order to create the little pattern of their living. So here a little child comes into the world. This child that comes in, did this child begin within the body of a parent? Or was there a spark of eternal life that took form and grew and was finally born among us? Where did man come from? Where did humanity begin? Where is that spark from which animates everything that comes into the world? Is this spark part of an eternal flame? Or is this spark merely a fragment of a spark that has gone on from generation to generation in the perpetuation of species? What is the beginning of all this? It's very hard to answer some of those questions. But the more we think about it, the more we are forced to realize that most of the answers we have created are not adequate. The answers that we have come from our ignorance rather than from our wisdom. And yet we have to do something. We can't live forever in a mystery. So we try to clear that mystery by our own mentation. We try to think our way out of this mysterious situation which we have created for ourselves. I think then that the problem comes very closely to all of us, that we are not forced to decide one of two or three things. We can say that each of us is born as a completely separate being, that we never existed before and we will never exist afterwards. We live a little time in the light and darkness of material existence and then fade back into the darkness from which we came. And in the meantime, while we're in this world, we have progeny that goes on after us. And in turn, this progeny has progeny. And each generation dies, and things go on forever through a principle of generation. This is one answer to it. But it's not very comforting, and it's not very meaningful. If there is a deity, if there is a power behind things, why should this power create a situation that goes on indefinitely without improvement, or goes on forever without fulfillment, or continues to present conflict? If there is a deity behind and in everything, how can there be continual conflict? Is God in conflict with himself? Is God in conflict with his own creation? Is there any other creation but his? The devil was introduced at this point as a convenience, but he's lost face entirely. He has practically ceased to exist as a factor in our thinking. So we come down to very interesting things. Here we are, each of us trying to live a decent life. We are doing what we can. We are hoping for the best. We are tired of war. We are tired of exploitation. We are tired of corruption. And we want to know where it came from. And we also want to know what to do about it. Now, if we are accidents in space and we're just there, then there's nothing much we can do about it. We just have to go along with the unfoldment of generations until either we wake up to something new or else we go to sleep forever. But there is no way in which we can solve the problem on the basis of the thinking that we are doing at the present time. So we go now to the problem of a better way of life. We are worrying constantly about the future. We are concerned over the 21st century that is about to come. We do not know where we are going, nor why. We do not know where we came from or what happened to us. But we are here, isolated, cast away like a sailor on a desert island. We are here. And every time we try to do something, it is conflicted. Every time we try to create something better, said that someone opposes it. And when we seek for peace, war breaks out. When we ask for virtue, crime is rampant in the land. All of these things constitute conflicts that the average person does not know how to solve. But if we add them all up, there's only one way of explaining them. If there is an intelligence, if there is a constructive power, if there is a God, then all these things that happen have a purpose. They mean something. whether we understand it or not. But if they are purposed, and if they can be understood, then they should be understood, because we are in desperate need of a practical, working explanation of the problems of our own existence. We know that there has to be change. If there is not change, we are all destined to some kind of a strange annihilation. And we also realize that we cannot believe in God and come to the conclusion that an all-powerful power can lead us into temptation and destroy us. Whatever is in there that is of deity must be good and must be of salvation, not of corruption. So little by little we argue our way in and out of the problems of our own existence. So now we come to a little better understanding. We now want to think better of what to do and how to do it. And we want to pick out of the world around us those laws and principles which will most certainly contribute to a better way of life for all of us. And of course, one of the problems we immediately arises in connection with it is that materialism is inadequate because it is concerned only with something that is itself inadequate. Material existence is mostly a pain, a suffering cast upon the human race. Materialism solves nothing, attains nothing, and justifies nothing. It is simply based upon the concept that while we're here we should get everything we can, because when we die we'll never live again. Therefore, to be completely objective, to strive for the immediate fulfillment of things is the materialistic answer. And we find it today in narcotics, in alcoholism, and all these things, that the moment of joy, the great moment of fulfillment through corruption, ends in the destruction of all concerned. So that is not the answer. Then we look to the various faiths of the world to find if we can find among them an answer. We do find one thing in the faiths that is important, and that is that faith has to be in faith in something. Faith has to be an endorsement of some value, of some recognition. And the theist can definitely discover a very reasonable cause for faith, or a reasonable explanation for it. Faith becomes a constructive believing. It is the acceptance of the benevolence of a parent, invisible but ever present. It is also based upon the simple statement that this vast structure must have a purpose. The moment we conceive that it has a purpose, it also becomes obvious that it has not fulfilled that purpose. That it could fulfill it is also a potential. We are therefore concerned in religion with the faith in the reality of powers that will serve, will save, and will perfect the creation of which we are a part. Therefore we take great hope in theology, in the sense that it becomes an answer. It makes the power at the root of things benevolent. It makes it also a conscious power, and it also makes the supreme master of all works a moral and ethical creature. God becomes an integrity. God becomes something that cannot be corrupted by the corruptions of mankind. So faith does give us a faith in the substance of a better condition than we have ever known. And we see it around us, and we see evidence of it. We see the effects of faith upon the private life of people. So we can compare the effects of unbelief and belief in the workings of civilization. We see the materialist, we see no good come out of it. We see that the best that the materialist can give us is certain materialistic satisfactions, which are themselves passing. And either they pass or we do. So there is not fulfillment of anything. But in the case of faith, we have an inspiration to explore the unknown and to discover it to be essentially good. Faith, therefore, gives us a belief in the final integrity of life, and that we can all, to one way or another, can unfold and become part of this integrity. But also, faith is a little bit disciplinarian. Faith in any belief, as in religion or ethics, is an operating force. Therefore, an individual who has a faith must live it. If he believes certain principles, he must apply them. A faith that is in the mind but violated in conduct is of no value. So we have lost most of our essentials of faith as we've known them, simply because they have been corrupted by ulterior motives. But corrupted or uncorrupted, it remains. The faith in a power greater than ourselves is one of the foundations of survival. It's the foundations of going on to something. Now, if you have faith that there is something to be done, that there is a future to be achieved, there is a growth that can be accomplished, and that in the universe there is a divine benevolence that is guiding all things into harmony with themselves and with their cause. Under those conditions, we then have to consider the application of faith. A belief held and not applied is really a hypocrisy. It is necessary for the individual who has faith in God, faith in truth, and faith in human beings to live according to that concept. He must gradually overcome the doubts, fears, and uncertainties of his own mind. And fortunately, nature has provided him with the means to do this. Some people consider it mere imagination, but a very short survey of facts in nature proves conclusively that there is an integrity in every step of natural procedure, that everything in nature is in harmony and in ethics, and the great destroyer is the human being. Man, up to the present time, is the great destroyer of nature, as far as he is able to understand nature. He is constantly using his own skills to destroy the potentials of survival. So we have today the problem of environment and what we have to do about it. We have the problem of essential materials for survival, food. We have all kinds of problems of war and peace, all kinds of problems of crime and error, and of ignorance and wisdom, and vast problems in the field of education. All these things, therefore, tell us that if we believe, then we have to do something about it. And that is where we have fallen down. If we have considered materialism as merely an affectation, we are also inclined to view idealism as an affectation. We keep right on saying, I'm an idealist, but we foreclose the mortgage on the innocent and the poor just the same. We say we are definitely dedicated to principles of good citizenship, but we buy on the black market and we use all kinds of subterfuges to corrupt the business systems which we ourselves have created. So in the ethical system we have another problem, the problem of not being able to live up to it. And so as we are talking about a divine world, then we are taking this divine world and corrupting it by our human selfishness. So we go to the final and end of the whole thing. Beyond all of this, we go finally to the nature of the creating power itself. And I think that the Greeks and some of the Oriental peoples have given us our best interpretation of the nature of this power. That actually the deity is infinite life in infinite manifestation. That everywhere in the world there is evidence of one tremendous creative power. This creative power is not a person. It is, we do not know really what it is, but it is an infinite. And it might very well be a strange body-like thing, like ourselves. The body we dwell in is not a person. The person that dwells in the body is not really a person. We are dealing with principles, forms of life that are beyond our estimation, and yet are constantly active. And the real sources of all the things we want to know are in a vast mass of causal circumstances. And this was found in the mystics of the Middle Ages in Europe. The mystics discovered the universe of infinite benevolent causes. Berney, Law, many others of this group found the inward experience that beyond and behind all physical things is infinite love in infinite manifestation. That there is always and forever a tremendous divine outpouring, and that this outpouring in some way is our hope, is our fulfillment, and that there is a promise in this fulfillment and in this hope that we will not be deceived. So we come now to the times when we're going to look forward to another century. We're coming into this century having broken practically every rule in nature. We have done everything possible to be wicked, and above all we have accomplished is to be nasty. We are not able to be wicked. We don't know how, really. All that we know is that we are selfish, and we want to do the things we want to do. We want wealth, we want honor, we want all the luxuries of existence. We would like to have them at the same time with a good, strong, positive conscience, but it can't be done. But we have now come to a new realization of things. And I think it comes down to the only answer there ever has been and there ever will be, that each individual must take on his own salvation. The moment we trust to anybody else, we are in difficulty. The only power that we can trust in is the ineffable eternal, which we can only glimpse perhaps remotely in moments of meditation or prayer. But we cannot depend upon the various peoples of the world to give us the support and security that we have to have. In the next few years, then, we must transform our daily believing into something stronger, something more vital to us. Most people, if asked what they believe, will say they believe in peace, but they have war. Something has to happen so that the believer in peace becomes strong enough and vital enough to create the fact of peace in his own life. We cannot necessarily convert the world, but each individual who believes in ethics and integrity, everyone who is philosophically and mystically minded, has to go to work on themselves. They have to do everything possible to make sure that they are fulfilling their own integrities. Now, if, for instance, an individual says, I believe in brotherhood, but he's having a terrible time with his neighbors, this is a point to be considered. The consideration is that the individual who believes in peace or believes in brotherhood has to practice it himself. We would like to have governments pass great rules that there would be no more wars, but those rules will never be passed. The only end of war is when the human being demands peace. The only time we can end all these confusions is when we decide to put integrity above every other consideration. We cannot compromise. We cannot serve God with one hand and the devil with the other, so to speak. We cannot be idealistic on Sundays and materialistic the rest of the time. Now, looking around today in the development of various religious beliefs, we find something that I think we should bear very carefully in mind, that we are finding new ways of expressing our integrities. There are new beliefs coming along. Some of them are pretty bad, some of them are pretty good, but all of them have some bearing upon the recognition of the need for change. We've got to move from theory to practice. We've got to stop talking about brotherhood and start practicing it. We have to gain gradually the strength to dominate the mistakes which we are inclined to make. Now, to do that, we have to have some kind of strength. We cannot be strong internally if our philosophy of life is based on an incomplete pattern of believing. We cannot have the strength inside if we do not have certain values inside. We have to recognize as superior to all considerations the infinite purpose that is locked within ourselves. Somewhere in this little body of ours is a spark of infinity. This spark has always been there, and it always will be there. And it is representing constantly an infinite need that is awaiting fulfillment. Generation after generation, embodiment after embodiment, we allow this germ to remain undeveloped. We have within ourselves this principle that says, love your neighbor. But when the time comes to practice it, we say, love ourselves. To heck with the neighbor. We have to recognize that the answer to our ethics is the fact that there is an ethic in ourselves. All of the virtues we seek around us are in us. The only reason we believe in them is because we are them. We couldn't believe at all. And yet with believing, we still do not fulfill the action necessary to transform a belief into a living fact. In order to transform our believings into facts, we have to practice them. And we have all kinds of problems of this nature. Now, our ancestors working with this problem found out that there were certain people who apparently were particularly endowed with the probabilities of growth immediately. There was something in them that saw the need and was so vitalized by that seeing that they had to transform their life to the fulfillment of it. So we have constantly around us this recognition that these changes must come in order to survive. We know we cannot go on as this goes. We know that we are going to exhaust all the resources that we have. But we also know that there was no intention on the part of the creating power to leave us as a derelict, a dead planet floating in space. We were not supposed to cease. We were not supposed to die. We were not supposed to live in constant conflict until we destroy the world and ourselves. The thing that has come about is that there has been a gradual increase of selfishness, a gradual increase of the corruption of values. Now, the divine principle, the ethics of things, will always stand with value. At the moment we break the rules, we break the contact with reality. The moment we break the laws of life, we destroy our own lives. Therefore, we must get these things back through conscious effort. Now, the conscious effort, I think, is one interesting point. We have plenty of churches. We have a great many people and various groups that are sincerely interested in making a better world. But for the most part, these people are simply members of something. They go and assemble and discuss matters. They have conferences. They have meetings and clubs, delegations, which are sent here and there and elsewhere. But all of it, in a sense, has to do only with a kind of talking. It has, again, a statement of what is necessary, but not a doing of what is necessary. We have got to begin to take hold of ourselves and look ourselves over something like this. Well, someone can say, well, I think I want to be more peaceful. I want to have understanding. I want to have, as my years advance, I want to have a gentle life. I want to have a friendly life and a kindly one. Well, that's fine. But between that kindly life and our present state, there are a few problems to solve. We have, for instance, a relative we haven't spoken to in 40 years. And one told me one day, if they ever speak to me, I'll drop dead. Now, this person, with this attitude, has become an active member of a religion. But they still hate the relative, just as they did before. In other words, it does not change the attitude because they change the name of the affiliation. Another individual is very much against everything because they've had 2 or 3 bad marriages, and they'll never get over the loss of the money that they wasted or the time and health that was expended in these conflicts. Therefore, they want peace. They want to live in harmony. They want to nourish the good life, but they also want to remember to the bitter end that they were deceived and deluded by material circumstances. Another person still has all their life been a bit of a gormand. They've eaten things they shouldn't eat, all that type of thing. So around 50 they get chronic dyspepsia. And when they get chronic dyspepsia, well, of course, one of the first things they do will be to join a religious organization, because that's very good for dyspepsia. But the trouble is, after they join it, they do nothing to change themselves, and the dyspepsia stays. So we find a member of an organization demanding or hoping for good health, who joins the organization and remains sick. Or maybe get a placebo for a few months or so, takes on the emotional stress of joining, but after a while gets right back where they were. Everything that has to do with growth, as the Greeks pointed out, and also most of the Oriental peoples, and even the Near Eastern peoples, the beginning of a reformation of living is an acceptance of discipline. The individual must prove his own integrity, or he cannot go on in the development of his spiritual resources. Now, it doesn't mean he may not try, but there is an automatic function that the individual who does not improve his own nature will not receive instruction reserved for those who do improve their natures. All the paths that lead to wisdom, true wisdom, are through purification, through dedication, and through the gradual restoration of integrities. The individual who wants to be wiser has got to live better. And they've got to live better before they become wiser. They cannot assume that when they fill out a blank or something of that nature, that they are ready for advanced instruction in something, when they have never corrected one of their own shortcomings. His constant need for growth calls for a constant increase in discipline. Now, as the Greeks pointed out very successfully, when you grow, the instruction comes. The problem of finding the teacher is not very serious, because the finding of a teacher means that the development within the person makes it possible for them to recognize a condition superior to that which they before held. So that in Greece, those who really wanted to get wise, true wisdom, went through periods of discipleship and novitiates. The Pythagorean school required 5 years before it accepted a pupil for the development of higher things. Before they went into meditation, before they went into esoteric doctrines, before they studied rounds and races and all this type of thing, they had to do the discipline of purification, regeneration, and in a sense, relaxation. They had to clear their own mind of its fables and foibles before it was available for the study of realities. Therefore, the individual who joins up already burdened by every problem they can think of, joins some religious group in the hope of it curing them, should stop and remember that that is not the way nature does it. If they cure themselves, then the religious group can help them to grow. But as each individual must correct his own faults, and no doctrine is a panacea for the failure of the person to discipline his own nature. So we now have this problem of going on forever, which we suggest in the title of our lecture this morning. Here we are, wondering what that goes on. How far do we go? Who knows? Who knows what lies beyond any point that astronomy or physics or even higher mathematics have pointed out? We are in the presence of an infinite life in infinite manifestation. We are in the presence of eternal realities unfolding through us and becoming clear as we become clear, and becoming confused as we become confused. But all through this entire process, there is an infinite going. We do not know what is next for man. When humanity makes the adjustment to the present problem and outgrows itself, what's going to happen to it? There have been various Oriental beliefs and so forth concerning what is going to happen to it. The entire internal structure of the human being will change as their ethics and their integrities change. In Raja Yoga, for example, the two great systems of the nervous gangliated centers of the sympathetic glandular structure and the central nervous system. These two are like the caduceus of Hermes, two serpents wound around the spinal cord. As man unfolds, these two are going to become one, and the two nervous systems will unite, and in so doing will ever end the conflict between the cerebrospinal and the autonomic nervous systems. This means an entirely different humanity, different in appearance, because appearance must take on the needs of the powers within the body. Differences of opinion, but always a greater growth, by means of which new revelations of internal power are represented. Also, with each of these discoveries there comes another sensitivity. Today, through the abuse of psychic faculties, we can get into serious trouble. These faculties become more and more developed as the esoteric side of our own consciousness is released. We are more sensitive than we ever have been now, or could be now. And the Lord might cause us a headache now if we knew more and were more informed, and we made a mistake, particularly intentionally. We tried to corrupt or misuse power. We would find a tragedy far greater than would face us today, because we know more, and the more we know, the more is expected of us. The more we grow, the more growth becomes natural to us, and the time will probably come when the human being will become very much more complete than anything we see today. The human being will be able to perpetuate itself. It will have its own ways of life and death. It will have its own bodies and patterns which may not even resemble what we have now, but always it will be a growth towards reality. And reality is always one thing, a kind of perfect harmony, in which the individual's life is in perfect harmony with the divine life stream. Until we are in harmony with the stream of life, we will suffer. But when we become able to join in with growth as a principle, growing in integrities of these fronts, we will find that we have come a long way on our journey. So somewhere in the long way forgotten past, behind all that we have ever thought of and ever known, were aeons beyond the stars, sparks flying, floating in infinite space, gradually embodied, creating great waves of life, great orders of creation, great kingdoms of nature, gradually going on, but always for a purpose, the purpose being that through the experiencing of all things we become capable of disciplining ourselves, and through the experience of this discipline we are able to be patient with those who are yet too weak, and we'll also have the discipline and the courage to protect the values which we have discovered. The whole world of religion and the world of ethics is man learning to respect that which is best, and having learned to respect it, learns to practice it. And all this is part of the growth. We don't know where it's going to end. We hear people, and the gods are referred to as ever-living, eternal powers in space, far beyond anything we call galaxies or black holes. The great universe of visible phenomena gradually fades away. Little by little, the worlds become shadows, and a new world reveals itself, a higher step in the great laws and practices of creation. And this higher step, we go forward. Forward to what? We go forward to a destiny for which we were intended. For it must be remembered that in a sense we are all gods in the making. And when we become gods in reality, we will be the most humble of all creatures. We will not be proud that we rule. We will be sad that we cannot rule better. Little by little, life is coming to every atom of space. Every tiny molecule must grow up. Every grain of sand must become a star. And we are part of the carpentry. We are part of the working crew that brings this about. We are already transmuting all kinds of forces within our own bodies. Our own alchemy is at work. Our own Kabbalah is estimating and studying our proportions. Our understanding of astronomy is broadening out to recognize the universe of values rather than of the universe of forms. Everywhere we are growing, and growth begins with sincerity. And sincerity begins with the realization that as long as there are mistakes in our own thinking, we are going to suffer, at least a little. But if we correct these mistakes, we will then become disciplined servants of the largest and most noble of all causes, the regeneration of universal life and the fulfillment of an infinite plan that is beyond our comprehension. We have a rather interesting subject this morning that combines religion and words. And of course, the emphasis that's been developing along the world philosophy department relating to the use of words and their place in the universal plan of things makes this perhaps an interesting occasion to combine the word problem with the religious problem. To begin with, we know that words, as Minshew in his Guide to Tongues, the first dictionary, tells us clearly that words do not describe the purpose or reality of an object. A word does not explain an object or a thing or a circumstance. It merely sets forth a usage. The way a word is used becomes the basis of its semantic significance. Now, the way words are used today shouldn't happen to a dog. The words today are just playthings, but mostly they are also substitutes for thinking and feeling and doing. The word, in other words, takes the place of a decisive action, thus relieving the individual of the possibilities of offending somebody or setting forth some truth that will be unpopular. Now, in one of the later dictionaries, Noah Webster, we find the same thought. Webster warns us that we are not going to find in his dictionary the meaning of anything. We're going to find the use of terms to describe matters, and that these descriptions are not always valid, they're not always correct, they're not always meaningful, but by common habit they have become universal. And somewhere along the lines, even the semanticists people come to the conclusion that the time has come to make words mean something. That when a word is used, it stands for a principle, it stands for a reality, it stands for a conviction or an opinion that is valid and sound. This becomes quite a problem because we've been using words for excuses for thousands of years. And we use them every day to escape work, to escape decisions, to substitute for thoughts, all kinds of uses to reduce the stress and strain of facts. Now, a word, if it's not factual, it has very little permanent significance. But facts are hard things, and facts are problems that people do not like to face. Therefore, it is simpler to say something that is comparatively meaningless and useless rather than to face into an act which might be significant and of permanent value. One of the ways we can study this type of situation is to realize how these word problems have come to grow with us. and that also they were a problem in antiquity. It is said that somebody held up a carrot to Socrates, and Socrates took the carrot. He says, "What is it?" The man says, "This, sire, is a carrot." Socrates, all right. "And what is a carrot?" "Well, a carrot is a vegetable." "Can you show me a true vegetable?" "Yes, sire, the carrot." Socrates says, "Now I know everything and nothing." Now this is the type of way we use these terms, probably a little more effectively, a little more cleverly, but essentially this way. We use words for substitutes, for thoughts, for feelings, and for actions. And the result is that they become excuses for the perpetuation of ignorance. Now, this seems difficult to believe because words are very glamorous things. We make beautiful poetry over them. We make great speeches upon them. We do all kinds of things, and we name legal holidays for them. So we take a legal holiday which might have to do with a very important invention or advent in the life of our country, and we declare it a legal holiday, which means that it's a day for rejoicing, for consideration, and for appreciation of the principle involved. What do? We put on a football game, which has nothing to do with anything. And if we should cancel the football, we'd probably go to Congress, because we must keep those things going. But nobody cares really much about what the original idea was. A half-a-day holiday, or a day's holiday, is the important thing. The principles involved behind words are misused all the time. I think many years ago there was in the New Yorker a rather cute cartoon dealing with this subject. Two prehistoric men were cutting an inscription on the wall of a Cro-Magnon cave. They had a stone and a piece of metal, and they were making things, pictures, to tell a story. And one of them turned to the other and said, "I say, how do you spell dinosaur? With 3 legs or 4 legs?" This is about the spirit of it. Now, as we go along, let's try to see what happens. Take Christmas, for example. Now, there's no one in the world that objects to the fact that Christmas is one of the great holidays of Christianity and one of the great religious days of the world. It is perfectly proper to celebrate it. It is perfectly proper to share in rejoicing. All these things are proper. But it is also proper that this day should mean something to the life of the person. It is not simply a day to send gifts. It is not a day to take the kids to the store to see Santa Claus. There is something more to it than this. There is a great significance behind it, and we have buried the significance in a term which has gradually come to mean something else. So the word for Christmas, which really means the Mass of Christ, has gradually become a day of exchanging of gifts, celebrating all kinds of secular things, and if you're lucky, either a ball game or a golf tournament. These things are not, the semantics of these things are not good. Now, we use these semantics also in personal evasion. We use words in our relations with our neighbors, with our family, and even sometimes in talking to ourselves. We are trying to escape the hard facts of reality, and by covering them in an elaborate layer of holidays or platitudes, we think we have solved something. Now, our world at the moment is in a serious condition, very largely due to the fact that we never face on or into a fact. Facts are dangerous. They might force us to improve our dispositions. That would be very difficult. They might make us more truthful, almost unthinkable. We would be more generous, a good virtue, but expensive. All the time we use these words to take the place of something real. And the words themselves, as Minshew points out, are not really anything at all. Their meanings are not the same. Not long ago in our life, a hood was the front of an automobile. Today it is headgear. You have to think of many, many things of this nature. All words change with the customs of the time. They change with the dominant class of a group. They are influenced by education, by scientific discoveries and so forth. And speaking of scientific discoveries, we must realize that words are not necessarily answers or solutions. They are merely terms given to things for which we have little or no actual understanding. So everywhere we conceal ignorance with long terms that seem important and valuable, but they are not the answers to anything. Now, when we get further into this semantic problem, we come to the conclusion, as one expert, I think it was Kajipsky who makes the statement, that probably the answer to the semantic problem is to keep quiet. The only way to get away from a misstatement is to say nothing. Because almost anything you say will be misunderstood by somebody else, and as we look into politics, we will realize that we're in the midst of the greatest mass of this type of problem in the world. The semantics of government are incredibly bad because they have nothing to do with facts, and yet they are built up to resemble facts, but the facts remain untrue. And the realities of the matter are not discussed. There's hardly a paper that comes into print today in which we admit, frankly, that we are trying to conceal something, misinterpret something, or find a virtue in something we know is not very good. All these things cause the average person to sit back and believe that we live in a highly intellectual era. We are pretty smart people. We are smart enough to deceive ourselves and each other, but not smart enough to think straight. This is one of the excuses for the rise of semantics as a means of clarifying and washing words so they will no longer have meanings that are inconsistent with truth. So we can look along a little bit now, and we come to one of the great days of the year, Easter. Easter is a day that has very deep significance. And for more than about 3.5 billion Christians, Easter is a sacred day. Of that 3.5 billion who admit it as a sacred day, how many of that group is actually doing anything except celebrating? They will have masses. They will have processions. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre will be overflowing with humanity. There will be masses at the Vatican. There will be all kinds of church services, which are quite proper and right and very valuable. But after the day blows by, what has happened to public morals? Are we doing anything except celebrating? Are we doing anything except talking? Or are we doing anything except perhaps going to church for an hour? Where is the meaning of this striking into the life of the individual? How do we as persons participate in the mystery that this event signifies? Now, this is not the only event that so signifies. The journey of Muhammad to Mecca or to Jerusalem on the Herzog, that is very important to them. The times of the elevation or nirvana of the Buddha were important to those people. Every great religious ceremony is important to someone. We have religious ceremonies in every nation of the world. We have it profoundly distributed through all of Europe and the Western Hemisphere and many parts of Near East. And yet this is the area where the great wars are being fought today. We have the ceremony on the proper day. We rejoice and the war begins the following day. This is the one thing that happened in World War I that became quite a scandal, that the wars were not quite as well and tightly set as they are now. In trenches in Europe, on Christmas Eve, they suspended the war and both sides celebrated together. And the war continued the next day. Now this is kind of something that we ought to think about. Look through politics, look through economics, look through education, and see what effects these important events have upon the life of the individual. We have no reason to need any form of ethics that is not available. This is here. But instead of ethics, we phone somebody and wish them well. Now, it's perfectly right to wish them well. I think some little ceremony, particularly to lonely, tired people, is very gracious and very beautiful. There's no reason why we should not continue to make all efforts to bring peace, happiness, and remembrance into the lives of those we care for. But there is more to it. There is something that should change us. They should do something to jealousy. It should do something to cruelty. It should be able to change neglect of the old and the young into something better. All these occasions are therefore spiritual opportunities, occasions in which we may be a little better than normal. And now everybody is worried, and we are all worried a little bit, about the high price of greeting cards. Funny these days we'd be paying $5 for an Easter card at present rates. Well, if it is a hard thing to do and we can hardly afford it and somebody we know will really be helped by it, be it. But not make it a habit of buying it and then having your friends or neighbors sign it and forget all about it. There is no reason why every word should not be backed by an integrity. When we say, I care for you, we should mean it. It should not be whispered twice a year and forgotten the rest of the time. There is this problem of the use of words. Now, we have come to the point where words become a substitute for action. The words we use today cover the whole period of what we should think, what we should believe, and what we should do. We consider these words as substitutes for sacrifice, for thoughtfulness, for honor, and for good nature. And the result is we haven't very much of any of these characteristics, because you cannot buy understanding and integrity without something more than a word. It needs to have an action. It needs to have a reality behind it, which is going to carry through from one generation to another. I've known a number of people in retirement homes who once a year or twice a year, and sometimes a little oftener, receive a card from some relative, wishing them well and hoping that they're happy. This is not the real answer to this situation. The Christmas card, the semantic answer, is not the answer. Somewhere the answer lies in action. The thing that the words, semantically speaking, cannot provide is a changing action, something that becomes a valid force in a direction indicated. If an individual is having an argument with a friend and decides to send him a card and hope it'll take care of it, this is a very small, insignificant action to take care of perhaps a very deep and lasting hurt. It is not necessarily sufficient to say, I'm sorry, and send it with a stamp on it. It might help. But wherever there is a misunderstanding, there is the blessed privilege of correcting it, of making it real. If people haven't spoken to each other for months or years, this is the time not to keep on sending cards, but to settle down in the spirit of integrity and solve the problem. This is something we seemingly don't see much anymore. And for lack of it, we see a whole generation going along on a surface, a surface so thin that it's going to break through at any moment. We see young people going out doing things that are contrary to every fragment of integrity. We find the churches have a large attendance, but very small change in the living conditions and living convictions of people. It is not enough to go to church or to do any of these things or to mouth religious words. It is not enough to memorize the Ten Commandments. It is not enough to tell all your friends about the Sermon on the Mount. The thing is to practice, to show it, to indicate in daily life that we are believers, that we believe in something. Now, many people do not believe in theology, but most of those who do not believe in that still believe in integrities of some kind. Let these integrities be, therefore, the symbols of our beliefs, the symbols of our remembrances, the symbols of the fact that we are going along side by side on a narrow road, and that one of these days we are going to leave the road anyway. In the meantime, let's be pleasant with those on the road with us and try to get something that will make it understandable. Now, Kawakawa, in his studies on semantics, brings up a number of interesting points regarding the use of words. The first of all, probably, is that a word has no set meaning. A word does not have a meaning that is inflexible, because it is not in itself a thing. A word is a device. It is something that has a momentary significance. When world changes come, the word changes. And even the definition of a word changes. And words that meant something in one century means something else in another. The word is merely an exchanging instrument to pass an idea from one person to another. And if this idea is valid, it can be useful. If it is invalid, this is merely a waste of time. Now we are suffering at the moment from a mass of invalid terms, terms that have no basic, vital meaning. One of these terms is honesty. Now, honesty does have some meaning for some people, but what? An individual who would never under any conditions steal from you and would now regard himself as honest will scandalize a neighbor, which is dishonest, and be perfectly convinced of it. He will find ways to do things to impose upon a friendship. He will do all kinds of tricks to accomplish something for himself under the name of friendship. And yet friendship is a nice word. Sincerely used, it is a good word. Used as it is today, it is merely a convenient term by which we win the respect of people and then exploit it. Most of our advertising is of this type. Advertising is not basically honest. It is dishonest in some way, but the dishonesty is carefully concealed under a false face, namely the apparent design to be of service to you. The answer is, the real reason is for them to be of service to themselves. So we have all kinds of dishonesty in advertising, which we cannot actually do much about, because the terms are so used that they can be interpreted variously, legally or non-legally. But here we have a world of people, most of which, as a world, believes in some form of honesty or integrity. And we're living in a society in which honesty is one of the rarest things on earth. These things tell us that little by little we are changing the meanings of words to fit the changes in our own integrities. And for the most part, the changes are a lowering of the standards. Actually, we use words of integrity that were really honorable 20 years ago. We use those same today. They are excuses for various kinds of chicanery. So here we have education. Are we supposed to believe that formal educators have no idea whatsoever that they are graduating potential narcotics addicts? Are they not aware of the fact that education is influenced by economic considerations almost solely? Are they unaware of the fact that they are educating individuals to be pawns in a mechanism? They know this, but they shout to the joy of the benefits of education. And at the same time, we are in trouble. The suicide rate is up. The narcotic rate is hovering on up. All kinds of minor varieties of chicanery are in form. Drunk driving is still a menace. These things do not change. Education has never even intimated that it was primarily concerned with producing an honest person. It is intended to produce a skillful person in some respects. Now, if we change this semantic term from what we call skillful to honorable, so that we might say the individual will graduate as a human being with an integrity, half of the population would rise in righteous wrath. When it was attempted in the school board in Los Angeles, the board got up and practically had a riot. Mothers and fathers and uncles and aunts shouted as loud as they could that they didn't want their children to be educated, to be honest. If they did, they'd remain poor. So semantically, education has become a synonymous of success economically rather than success ethically. And very, very definite efforts are made to lower all of the restraints which might indicate control of ethical situations. The latest reviews and patterns in connection with television indicate that within the next 10 years, it is expected that practically all stations will be featuring hard pornography. Why? Because that's what somebody wants to watch. Now, the problem is also another. They will blame the public, and the public will be partly to blame, because the public will be glad to pay for pornography, but is very hesitant to pay for Bach and Beethoven. We want the thing that will take us through this doldrum with excitement, not with virtue. So we have all these things to think of. We have progress as a term, semantically. But what is progress? Progress to the average individual is not improvement. It is wealth or accumulation or a state of dignity. All around it is the same thing. All these words that we used to love and they used to stand for such beautiful things are now simply covers for the propagation of selfishness and of general corruption. So the semanticist comes along and says it's high time to do something about this. It is high time to realize that we are kidding ourselves, that all these slogans of nobility with which we are surrounded are empty words. The semantic power of them is lost. They do not stand for progress anymore. They stand for a smug contentment in which the mind is perfectly willing to overlook integrities in order to keep friendships or keep business customers or to keep busy in one way or another. We have it in music. We have it in art. We have it in everything. Years ago, I was able, in an auction sale here in Los Angeles, to secure a series, not I couldn't afford them all, but a series of Tibetan tankas, or paintings, of the life of Buddha. So I secured the painting for the Nativity and the painting for him ascending to Sita heaven to preach the doctrine to his mother. And I had three of them. And I found out why they wanted to sell these magnificent things. Beautiful. And they told me they hoped to get enough money by selling them to get a Picasso. And when they got it, didn't know what they had. Now, this doesn't mean that Picasso couldn't paint. It doesn't mean that Salvador Dali doesn't paint. It means that they all found out that they had to find a new definition, a new way of using the word art. We had to get a new semantic meaning for art. Art became something to be merchandised. If it sold well, it was art. If it did not sell well, it wasn't art. And anything that sold well wasn't art to start with. So we have these types of things, the same way in dieting, the same way in all kinds of self-improvement fields and so forth. Everything is to do something incidental, something that isn't real, not to get into the very substance of things. Now we have a great movement in religion today. We have a great movement of people towards a new concept of religion. So what would we say of, semantically, of the word faith? What is faith? And the semantic term is very simple. Something which is a belief in another source of strength. Something that has to do with building security of some kind in the person. Well, we look around to find out what faith is. And we find that today large parts of faith are invested in opinions, beliefs, faiths, doctrines that have no foundation in a security of any kind. We find that faith is simply, for the most part, the willingness of an ignorant person to accept the beliefs and doctrines of another ignorant person. It is the fact that the blind leads the blind. And when the time comes to make a solid stand, some individual will say, well, if I'm not to believe for this type of thing, what should I believe? And if you suggest the Sermon on the Mount, they will look at you kind of cross-eyed. The idea of things that 2,000 years old is just too old now. We've got to have something better, something up to date. We can't go on the basis of love thy neighbor or something of this nature. We've got to go rather on the idea that our neighbor is open to our exploitation at any time. So all the words that we use have a tendency to get into bad trouble. We do not know how to say honesty, integrity, virtue. What is virtue? Virtue, it would seem, is a moral asset. A virtue is a condition of character which prevents an individual from performing an unhappy, unfortunate, or unrealistic action. Virtue is, after all, a life according to the laws of life, according to the realities of nature, according to the experiences and even of science. Virtue is to keep the rules. We interpret it entirely differently. We don't think of people as being virtuous anymore. We think of them being smart or stupid. The problem of virtue doesn't even come in. So we go along and we buy products, and we read the ads. They're good for everything. There's nothing that they won't take care of. Then we find out that they are heavily loaded with all kinds of dopes and preservatives and insecticides and everything you can think of. We are supposed to overlook that. We are also supposed to assume that all these chemicals are perfectly healthy, which they are not. And if we doubt it and think the product should not be on the market, then the manufacturer will go into a conniption fit. We are interfering with his inalienable right to do as he pleases. So semantics gets against a hard time. And we come back now probably to our most important consideration, and that is its religious values. We are in great need today for a recognition of religion that escapes the narrow boundaries of creedal limitations and creedal superstitions. Now, it's hard to believe that a religion could be superstitious. It isn't in substance, but most of its members are susceptible of superstition. They may not believe it, they may not realize it, but more nearly all religions are loaded with people who claim to believe and then act completely outside of what they claim. We have probably over 2 million churchgoers in the United States who are completely dedicated to their churches. We have another 10 or 15 million who are moderately dedicated. And yet, in spite of the fact that over half of the American people go to church at least occasionally and many regularly, our crime rate's going up every year. Why? Because somewhere along the line, the people who claim to believe have found ways to support the claim without improving character. They take it for granted now that these mistakes they're making are inevitable, that they're really perfectly honest if they decide that dishonesty is necessary. So we take all kinds of political liberties, we lose values, we fail to introduce integrities in children, and so little by little, semantically speaking, the good words are gradually being turned into bad words. Government is now being turned into politics. Statesmanship and those type of things are now changed into office holdings. We find also that big corporations are no longer monuments in the society. Somebody has bought 51% of them. Everything is sacrificed, and to ever discuss it, to mention it, to point out it, is to perform a great sorrow to civilization. It is terrible to take away from people the belief that they can do wrong and be right. So we have to find ways of doing this. And I think the simplest way of doing it is the semantic way. Talk less and do more. Do not frustrate words by constant misuse of them. Try to find out what you can do about anything for which you would normally phrase only a statement. I think we have to come down to final realization that we've got to stop using words as excuses for conduct. We've got to get out of the idea that a word can be so twisted as to condone faults or vices. We've reached a point now, I noticed in the recent journals, where various actions which not long ago we considered very bad are now perfectly commendable. It is no longer necessary to worry about things that were moral issues. It's not necessary anymore to worry about how to take care of children. Let them grow. The idea that they might need integrity is an infliction. It places the responsibility upon parents who are much more interested in escaping responsibility. So the loss of interest in responsibility is gradually transforming this into a virtue. And everybody who maybe gets rid of the responsibilities is regarded as fortunate or enjoying heavenly favor, when in reality they're making only trouble for themselves and each other. So semantics comes along and tries to help us to clean words. Now we know we can't make permanent cleaning. Semantics is not going to tell us that it's going to give us the ultimate meaning of words. We can't do it, because there are no ultimate meanings in a world in constant change. But it's going to try and give us a world of improvement in change. The changement is going to make things better, and that improvement is going to mean that character will improve, not simply disintegrate. We take now we take the penalty off of a crime, but it still remains a sin. We find ways of exonerating the individual for his mistakes because we like to make the same ones. And therefore, if everybody wants to make the same mistake, this action becomes a virtue. It's very difficult because we have an enormous language, and it is getting bigger every day. And the words that are used less and less are the words on the high cultural levels. We have less and less of integrities and more compromises. So how can we get around it? Well, one thing is to use only meaningful words. Well, we know a word is in bad trouble. We don't have to use it. We don't have to use the words and leave them hanging without meaning. When we speak of faith, we have to put something with it. Faith in what? Faith of what? Faith is a belief, but we've got to enlarge it. Faith must be enlarged to mean the practice of a belief. The belief isn't enough. Faith means that the individual is obeying that belief, living in harmony with it, and dedicating life to its preservation. If he was looking for another word, if he wants the word truth, he must try to find out what truth is. And if he finds out even a little truth, he has to do something about it. Now, truth is very difficult because it changes with every generation. Things which a few years ago were truthful are no longer. And things that were not long ago untruthful have now become truths by usage. But to the person who is thoughtful, the truth must always be the best available meaning. We can't know what it is and how long it will be that way. But when we say of that truth, we mean the supremeness of our present knowledge of a fact. Truth becomes a reality for that day, for that year, for that generation. We may expect it to grow. Truth must always increase because we must always grow. But truth must never go backwards. It must never mean a belief in less or lower. It must be always forward to something better and something reality. Now, what use is a truth? What use is it to believe something noble and beautiful? Well, it inspires. Yeah. It makes us a little happier. But unless this truth builds itself into our character and becomes a part of our basic integrities, it does us very little good. We have two kinds of truth, therefore. The kind that we use every day and the kind that we must face when we leave this world. The truth we take with us today is totally neglected. It is only the truth of what we can do while we're here. There is no estimation of values beyond the present standard of integrities. A loud speaking philosopher, politician, said not long ago, there will be no end to wars. Wars are inevitable. And they're inevitable why? They are not inevitable at all. Semantically, they're completely possible of solution. Inevitable means only one thing. They will not change unless the leaving changes. The wars end when people have no longer any faith in the war, or perhaps more practically, have no profit to derive from it. Nearly all wars are wars of profit. It used to be that it was wars largely of believings. It was the religion of one group set against another. Then the war was a struggle to gain domination of the minds and hearts of other people. This factor is now completely negligible. The problem today is to dominate and enslave and control a people politically, socially, and economically. And while this point of view exists, there is no truth, because truth does not permit any of those things. It's entirely more a noble and a proper way of life. So here we are on a wonderful day. We are on the day that celebrates the resurrection and ascension of Jesus Christ. We have all thought of this, for to many people it means if he rose, he took with him the mystery of death, and we all rise together. In his death and resurrection, we have the bond between the eternal and the temporal. We have a hope that we will also rise from the darkness of material existence. Now this thought can be extended. It can be beautifully extended. This symbol recognizes, or perhaps summarizes, the idea of the victory of truth over life and truth over death. In other words, death is one of these things that is so inevitable that semantically we can't do anything with it. We can do various ways of trying to prevent it or trying to hasten it, but the interpretation of it semantically is very difficult. Therefore, the only salvation we have from the term is to recognize the miracle of the resurrection. The resurrection is, of course, not limited to a person, not even limited to the Godhead. A resurrection is an improvement in the inner resources of an individual. A resurrection is a release of internal virtue. It is the ascent of the person into a higher condition, whereby in bringing with it a larger world and a greater participation in the eternity in which we exist. Therefore, this season and this time particularly, we have an idea of the power that lives and dies and is resurrected in the service of mankind. We have, therefore, a belief that there is something beyond this life. At the moment we believe this, we break faith or break contact with materialism. Now, semantically, materialism is a bad word anyway, because no matter what you say with it, you're not sure of anything. Materialism is the assumption that there is nothing beyond this life. This assumption is not provable. The difficulty with it is the same as with every use of a term that should be approached semantically, but is approached literally. In semantics, we might say that resurrection is a symbol word, a word which carries with it upward change, an unfoldment. The bud is resurrected as the flower, and the flower is resurrected in the seed. Resurrection is the release of a moreness, a greaterness, from within that which is less than itself, apparently. So actually, immortality is the right of every human being to grow. It is the right of the individual who has an enemy to get over it. It is the right of an individual whose morals are poor to improve his character. It is not only enough for him to prevent breaking laws, which are the laws of the state, but by breaking sins, which are the laws of the soul. We therefore find that from the beginning, all beliefs, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, Brahmin, Confucian, Taoist, all beliefs have one belief in common, and that is that it all means something. That there is something that is hope. There is something that is growth. There's something that is reality. There's something that is integrity in these doctrines. And against that is a rather cold, icy statement that we can't prove it, that we can't actually prove that these things are true. Yet we can prove it in a way. We prove it every year with the death and resurrection of plants. We prove it all the time with the rise and fall and rise again of faith within ourselves. We find our own lives changing, and sometimes beautiful things happen when we think we've come to the end. There's always hope. St. Paul lists hope as one of the great hopes for mankind. Life, love, hope. These are the great beliefs for which there can be no substitute. So we can take a word like love and approach that semantically. And we can find every kind of love you can think of, from the individual who loves a hand at poker to the individual who wants to change the course of religious history. We can have all kinds of love. Love of family, love of beauty, love of children, love of God, love of nature. All these things are part of love. And it is the duty of our inner life to allow this love to grow. Now, when it grows up, it does not discard what it loved before. It picks it up and carries it into a higher level. The artist who painted very mediocre things, but not very good, gets an enlightenment. He keeps on painting, but all of a sudden a new quality comes into his art. And this is particularly noticeable in Oriental art, and especially in the paintings of Sesshu. Sesshu was a Zen master, and he ascended through all the levels of the Zen teaching. And a Zen master going into an art gallery and looking at the paintings of Sesshu will say, this painting, he had achieved the third level of enlightenment. That painting, he was in the fourth degree. This painting, in the fifth degree. But this little sketch here goes back to the first degree. But gradually, through his art, you can discover the development of his own life. Until finally, in the great scroll of Sesshu, he achieves the fullness. For he attains in this picture the full expression of the reality of existence. These things are all told in the things that he does. Now this would be semantics. Sesshu's great scroll is a masterpiece of semantics, and is so judged as one of the most valuable paintings in the world. But this is part of a growth upward through various degrees. We can start in by being a family cook, and end by being cooks of eternity. We can do all kinds of common things, and because of the integrities in ourselves, these common things become uncommon. They become tremendously valuable, and they show a release of integrities. So we can say that the family was not getting along well, suddenly gets better, and suddenly better things happen, and we say it's growth. And we send another family that was getting along fairly well, and now it's all in dope and narcotics. That family is deteriorating. These things are all part of a great scale, and the purpose of semantics is to make codes and qualities of life consistent with the meaning of words, so that when we say a certain word, we mean a positive contribution to progress. When we say that what essential kindness is, it must be because we are essentially kind, and that this kindness is not simply in our word, but in our practice. For kindness in a word is very flimsy, therefore very poor semantically. But when this word is transmuted into a way of life that continues year after year to this world and beyond, then we are kind. So all around we are using so many beautiful words and using them so badly that we are gradually lowering the thresholds of our integrities. We believe that these words do mean what we think they mean, when in reality words mean only what the inner consciousness of the person using the word has achieved. If we are inwardly and awakened, the word definition is improved. If we continue to go along as we were, or even descend into a lower stratum of action, then the word does not mean anything. It is just simply a cover for a term. Now in our work with people in prisons, and in our work in various reform agencies, we find constantly the bitter struggle to retain the status quo. The individual doesn't really want to change. The idea of becoming better to him means only one thing. It means that the pickpocket has got to give up picking pockets, which is his way of life and his source of income. Therefore, he will not vote for the laws that abolish pickpockets. And yet it is perfectly probable that in time that law will have to change, or the exoneration will have to change. And people will no longer be entitled to feel sorry for him because he has to pick pockets to live. They will be glad for him when he finds a better way to make a life. All of these things change the meanings of words. They change their uses. They change their philosophies. We find them in medicine. We find them in art, music. We have a tremendous quality of popular music, most of which is pretty bad. But it is popular and it makes money. And because it is successful financially,
we will have it on television, world without end. But the individual who has to listen to it is going to get sick. And this sickness is going to gradually corrupt him until he believes it also. Wherever the person comes into the presence for the first time of something that to him is wrong, and he knows it, he should not give it a second look. He shouldn't gradually permit himself to be eroded away or convinced by people who do not know either. So we get all these kinds of things, and we come finally to our Easter party. Here we know a spiritual mystery. We know that essentially all the religions of the world have this one thing in common. If we have the understanding, we will find that the 72 names of God will always be there. In our large book, there's a plate showing the 72 names, by the way. 72 names for one God. This is the story. Each of these names is a semantic term arising from the experience of a people. It applies to some who gain great culture and to others who are still in primitive conditions. It applies to those who survive persecution for the sake of truth, and it applies to those who tried and failed. It becomes a part of the life of every living creature. In some mysterious way, the most primitive person in the jungles of Africa or the East Indies all have some semantic reality. And this fact is probably our greatest safety. If we accept semantically that honesty is right, we can go on then without waiting much for honesty to pass through all these multitudinous stages. It gradually becomes evident, as it did for the last 1,000,000 years, that those things which are the virtues of life have survived and will survive, and those things which are the vices of life perish, and nations perish with them. There is no need to ask for final proof of integrity. It is in every page of history. It is in every experience of private citizens. There are realities that are above semantic question. One of those realities is truth, which must inevitably survive. Yet there will be all kinds of definitions of truth. Truth may be regarded as a definite effort to get a witness to tell the truth in a court of law. I probably won't anyway. But the truth in principle is that all things shall be measured by their intents, by their realities, their virtues, and their meanings. And truth therefore becomes a symbol of honesty, virtue, integrity, patience, kindness, peace, love, self-sacrifice, service. All these things are parts of truth. Therefore they can be fitted into the semantic picture. They will change in detail with each generation. But in no generation will peace fail if it is used. And in no generation will honor fail if it is actually applied. The reason these things have never succeeded so well is because no people, or very few people, have made the tremendous sacrifice necessary to prove them. So we are now in the 20th century, moving in toward the 21st century. We bring with us several great holidays, of the two most important in our religion, being Christmas and Easter. These become symbols of the things that we all believe and should believe. First, the truth is born into this world for the salvation of mankind. And that this truth is very simple. Love one another. Keep the peace. Be honest. Share equally. And put the common good above all individual ambition and aspiration. This will mean something that will go on to the end of time and never change. We will believe this as long as we exist. This is a solid term. So we might as well start now. So instead of just simply sending that Easter card, which is a kindness, no one should deny that it comes from the heart. It is something. But with it, let us see if we cannot transform some part of our life to match the card. If it is there something in which we should learn to be kind, or to be generous, or to understand each other, let these things grow with the card. And where it may be a descent to a stranger whom we have not known for a long time, let it be accompanied by a letter or a note asking more about that person, the ways in which we can get together again, the achievements that have made life better, and if there have been sorrows, then we should share them together. Semantically speaking, there has to be a real meaning for these, rather than simply a physical expenditure of 2 bits and a 25-cent stamp. All of the good things are there, but we only take the surface of them. Twice a year maybe we send a card. The rest of the year we never even speak to each other. This is not good semantics. It's not good religion. It is not good history. And it certainly isn't good policy in the perpetuation of the word. We are going to face the simple fact that the 21st century, if we are going to survive it, and we should, and we will probably, but it should be an improvement. It should be that old vices have died. New virtues have been born. And some things that were both vices and virtues have been tempered and mended so that they all add to progress. For after all, our great good in life is not the words we speak, but the use we make of the thoughts behind those words, so that every time we say I love you, we are prepared to overlook faults. We are prepared to be thoughtful. We are prepared to care and do the very things that are part of affection, not simply send a card and forget it for another year. We've got to get these virtues into action if we expect the world to get better. And we do expect it to get better. We want it to get better. We realize that it needs to get better. So we must try to do what we can to make sure that it does. So with that of semantics, I think we have an interesting weapon. We have an interesting instrument for the achievement of better things when we study the meaning of the words we use every day, and perhaps to get rid of a few words which we've come to understand are not very desirable. We can gradually increase the vitality of our resolutions and our integrities, and in so doing we will build towards that 21st century that is to come. For after all, the final word of all is love. And as one poet, mystic poet, said, the world from its pain will never be made whole till the word made flesh be the word made soul. And in this point, out of the struggle for something better, comes this mysterious thing which is called the soul, the golden wedding garment for those who go forth to the marriage of the Lamb. The golden wedding garment is the soul of good deeds. It is all the virtues and beauties we have got. It is the improvements we have made, the transformation of body into soul, which is also the secret of alchemy. For in alchemy, all things of matter are gradually transformed into the instruments of the Spirit. And in this way, we will always make Easter a very significant day. Thank you. Well, this morning we
I want to start a little study of the meaning of the terms we associate with knowledge. So I selected two terms that represent perhaps the polarized opposites of learning. They are knowledge and wisdom. Now, knowledge is something we all know about. It is conveyed to us through the public school system. We live it every day. Everyone who comes into the world practically is trained into some phase of it. Even Aboriginal people have their own standards of knowledge. And knowledge is very largely concerned with the problem of getting along in this world. How to live in the environment which no one really fits into exactly. Knowledge, therefore, is the knowledge of the folk. It is the thing we all depend upon for a common agreement on the ordinary subjects of daily existence. This idea of knowledge, however, is very surface. It is not depth, it is not wisdom, it is not insight. It is the communication of the common decisions of people. It is the way we have decided to teach our children. And what we are going to teach them is the knowledge that we know. And the knowledge that we know, I might mention, is not very good. We have a great deal of education, but what are we teaching? Are we teaching the individual to grow, or are we trying to train him for a job? And in most cases, knowledge today is training for a job. It is not only training for a job, but training for a very impermanent job. By the time we get the fellow trained, the job isn't there, which is, of course, a little embarrassing. We are noticing this particularly in the age of computers. Many young people who went into stenographic schools and learned to run a typewriter find that they are not going to gain very much from that education. The very instruments that they were taught upon are now obsolete. So much of no so-called knowledge is obsolete. It lingers on as long as there is any excuse for it. And there are many arts and crafts that have become obsolete in the present century. I think the old story of the buggy whip is probably as good as any. A man invented a buggy whip. It was the finest thing that was ever invented. He worked with it, built a factory, manufactured them, and spent 20 years selling buggy whips. And then the car came along. And in a very short time, there were only a few luxury families that had carriages and horses anymore. He had outlived his own invention. He had gradually depended upon something that was passing. And knowledge is, for the most part, passing. It does not have any solid foundations in eternity. Knowledge is a way of looking at something, a particular way. This way may change any day. This also is a way of approximating our understanding of what is wise and what is not wise. Knowledge gives us the history of the activities of our people. It gives us a certain history of our own nation and our own world. But this history deals with situations that no longer exist, or if they do exist, have become so subordinated that we gain very little from continuing to maintain them. So knowledge, we have to say, is a surface thing. It is adapted to the whims of the hour. It is adjusted to the needs of the moment. And this is what we get when we go to public school. We do not get from the schooling any broad depth of understanding concerning human nature. We do not learn any high ideals about the destiny of man. We are not even allowed to bring in religious factors, for fear they will disturb the so-called placid surface of the existing chaos. This situation, it means that we have knowledge. Knowledge that will fit only in certain situations. We send a child to school
and they bring home the paper and tell us what they're learning. This learning they're getting now is not what we got when we were the children. Changes have come. Everything is different. The old ways are outgrown, or the old facilities are no longer available. Now, as we live today in this environment, we realize that we are gradually changing the world in which we live. We are changing the surface of the earth. We are crowding communities. We are endangering the basic utilities of life. We keep right on going, trying to continue a policy that is gradually cutting life out from under us. So this is what we have to think about. Therefore, what we commonly call knowledge is simply a story of doing what we always have done, as nearly as possible, or continuing the way of doing as we do now, which is probably not possible. But at the particular moment we graduate the young folks from high school, they will get a picture of our present condition with all the negative factors overlooked and the positive factors exaggerated. So out of this we come to a surface knowledge, a kind of superficial effort to estimate our own responsibility in a world which takes no responsibility for anything. We find in all the arts, we find this change constantly taking place. In the sciences, they are not immune. Religious theories change. Architecture changes. And as we look around us, most of these changes appear to be for the worse. We're not doing as well as we did. Our buildings do not look as beautiful as they did in the Renaissance. Our music is not as good as it was in the lyric 19th century. Everything seems to be getting brittle, disillusioned, and more or less discouraged. So we build in a discouragement into the educational system. We decree that all these things must pass away. And we have great publicity over this. We have tremendous talk about correcting this and changing that and building something else. But it all represents what we would call knowledge. Knowledge is our effort to understand things as it is, or to perpetuate through education policies that are almost deficient themselves. So this is one way of looking at it. And also all knowledge is from the outside. We get our knowledge out of books. We get our knowledge out of listening. We get our knowledge out of looking. But everything is as of now. It is as of the individual facing the future by estimating the exact circumstances which are in force the day he enters the future. By the time he's ready to leave the future, or rather let the future leave him, it may be entirely different. So now we have a problem of education. Well, how are we going to educate people for a world that may not exist by the time they get out of school? This doesn't mean the world's going to fall apart, but it means that policies are going to change, values are going to change, and gradually and inevitably materialism is going to slip away. And of course knowledge is essentially anchored in materialism. It is the way in which we try to understand the kind of a world we have created, which has little or nothing to do with the world as it really is. It is a world deprived of its beauties, of its values, of its friendships, of its affections, and of its community projects. It is a world of rugged individualism, moving largely on a basis of profit, and determined definitely to perpetuate the conditions as they are now, which they can't do. So we go around and we study. We take courses in language, because maybe we will want one of them one of these days. A second language is a major asset today, which in itself is a proof that regardless how we think or what we believe, we are moving into a larger one-world unity, in which one language is not enough. We also have arts that are fighting for survival. We have that tremendously inconsistent situation in which we are paying $2.5 million for a Picasso sketch. And at the same time, we are paying $4 million for a genuine Rubens. These things are absolutely irresponsible. The sketch and the Rubens are not even in the same classification. And yet we have put a new value on both, money. And the same thing is happening all over the country and all over the world. The auction galleries are completely swamped with people willing to spend fabulous sums for something they don't even understand. And why don't they understand it? Why don't we understand art in its best sense? Why don't we understand music in its best sense? Because it isn't taught. If you want any of these specialties, you have to go to a specialized institution which specializes in them, and you'll then be fortunate if you find one with sufficient idealism to make the period of study worthwhile. So we now have knowledge. We have knowledge in science. But every time we look at knowledge now, we are sort of told that this is the ultimate. This is the absolute fulfillment of all these dreams. If we get this space platform out, it is going to change the course of ages. The most thing it's probably going to do is to run us further short in essential commodities. There is no reason to believe that if we put this spaceship out there long enough, it's going to solve anything. Because we're not out there. We're here. And we're using up the precious resources of here so that we can spend a few weeks out there, which isn't particularly valuable. We have all kinds of projects that are built upon what we think now. Our idea of the conquest of space is that we're going to be able to colonize it or find a possible use for it in the form of a garbage pail out there. We are believing definitely that space is something we're going to exploit as we've exploited everything else. And yet all the way along, we do not really solve anything. We do not understand anything. We are born ignorant and we die ignorant. And in between, we learn to make a living and a few learn to make a fortune. And when the whole thing is shaken down, where are we? The great values do not grow because we do not permit them to grow. We have no real reason to believe that we want to improve. We really only just want to stay the way we are and have more. We want to be a little wealthier, we'd like to be a little more famous, and we'd like a good solid contract with some studio for $1 million a year. The idea of really growing, of improving ourselves. The question, I talked to a young man not long ago. I said, why don't you try improving yourself? Well, he said, do you know anyone who's doing any better than I am? Why should I improve myself? Nobody else does. And this is what is happening to a world that has a public school system, has all kinds of advantages, and is staffed by individuals who are completely devoid of real understanding of what value constitutes. Where are the philosophers of the 20th century? Where will be the philosophers of the 21st century? Are they all going to do what they are doing now, keep their noses so close to the grindstone that they can't see anything beyond the mess they are creating now? This all ends in the problem that knowledge is not the end. Knowledge is not a real end of anything. It is simply a becoming aware of the way things are being mishandled at the moment. It also has something to do with the idea that if we can make the same mistakes, we may be able to be as rich as the people we don't like. But this is going to be a little difficult. So we have now this wide world, art, sciences, nations, academies, institutes, everything you can think of, all dedicated to some great program and no great program. No actual realization. The only thing we have is a great mass movement against which a few thoughtful individuals have braced themselves in an effort to survive the common contagion. So we ought to have to remember that when science says it has a cure for something, it'll have a different cure next year. When we buy something because it is best, then there was never one like it. Within 2 years, there will be one much better. All the way along, these things go, but when it comes to the values of life, is the American home any stronger than it was? Are our young people growing up clean? Are the various forms of business we're involved in, are they honorable? Is the average person building a character that he can live with for the rest of his life? Are we fair to the children or the aged, or to the sick or the well, to the rich or the poor? Everything goes along carefully covering up the weaknesses of every phase of it. And under the general heading of knowledge, we place a limitation upon what we can think, what we can believe, and how we should interpret the facts of life. So now, here and there is a breaking through into another dimension. Knowledge is beginning to mean something that solves something, rather than simply perpetuates. We know that young people are going to school. Knowledge now is how to get sufficient insights to get a good job. Also, while this is happening, the moral structure of youth is collapsing. And with this falls also most of the older generation. We do not recognize that by living on the surface of thinking, we are condemning ourselves to the errors and fallacies of surface living. We are not here to live on the surface of the mind. We are not here to live only on the pleasures of the mind, or the pleasures of the flesh, or the pleasures of the heart, or the pleasures of luxury. We are here as individuals to improve, to grow, to think, and to understand life. We are also here, if possible, to see that we can pass on to another generation a world a little better for our having been here, rather than a world falling apart because of our mistaken understanding. Now, on the opposite side of this is wisdom. Now, how shall we define wisdom? Wisdom is no longer a surface. Wisdom is now an interpretation of value. Every bit of so-called knowledge is capable of being examined by wisdom. There is nothing that we do, nothing that we have, nothing that we hope that does not in some way tie into the concept of wisdom. And wisdom can be suggested as meaning. It is the something that amounts to something. It is something that makes an experience more important than 30 days in jail. It is something that makes it more important to stay sober than to try to get sober. Wisdom begins to use the ideas that we find in knowledge and ensoul them, give character to them, give meaning to them, and bestow upon each one of them a dimension of growth. All growth has to be included. Knowledge has to grow. And the moment knowledge grows now, it becomes associated with fallacies because of inexperience. We are not able now to use knowledge in a dimension of growth. Actually, knowledge comes to us from the outside. The interpretation of knowledge comes to us from the inside. We are gradually learning that from the inside of ourselves, we have to explain the things that are happening in the outside world. Now, this isn't easy, because the things that are happening on the outside are inconsistent with most of the values that come from the internal life of the person. The thing that has made this matter endurable is the fact that the inside, the wisdom of the individual, has not been developed. Therefore, with the fallacies of the moment, there is no remarkable, intense rebellion from within him. Rebellion is a very individual matter. The individual who's had enough misery and enough suffering decides to do what he can about it. On the other hand, many under the same provocation do nothing. But one of the problems is that knowledge
is valuable only to the degree that it can be ensouled, that it can be enriched to become meaningful, to stand for something that will help to advance the general state of mankind. So we look around a little bit to see what we can do, if possible, to increase the development of wisdom. Well, what shall we say is the best place to look for wisdom? Well, for the most part, wisdom belongs to what we call idealism. Idealism is motivation. When an ideal is stated, it means that the motivation is constructive. Constructive motivation means that it is dedicated to common good, that it is dedicated to well-being, that it is not going to compromise to allow for the corruption of value. So when we begin to think of wisdom, we take the home that is broken by knowledge and put it together again by mercy. We try to do something to mend with the heart that which has been injured by the mind. We do everything that we can to ensoul the knowledge that has hurt us. And in so doing, we discover that this knowledge can suddenly become a tremendous source of good. But it is only good when it is ensouled. There is no good in the fact that it is a general average or adage that honesty is the best policy. It is only transformed into wisdom when the practice of honesty proves this, and proves it by changing the patterns of life. Life goes on under knowledge. Life is changed under wisdom. Life grows because deeper and fuller meanings are bestowed upon it. It challenges the individual to grow. It does not leave him to be born and to die in the same misery. It does not leave him with a broken home or rebellious children. It does not leave him with incurable ailments caused by his own foolishness. All the way along, wisdom cures, heals, transforms into a better way of life. And yet it has to work with the same factors. The individual has to keep the job. But having kept the job, the wisdom steps in and tries to do something to this job, by means of which the person working in it is not only making a living, but is making a life that is important. If the individual can go to work every morning, 9 o'clock for 40 years, and come out at the end of that time simply old and tired, and yet with the same job and with the same limitations, the individual who has a certain genius for growth within himself can transform this by conquering the job, by making something out of it that fulfills, and getting away from the monotony of worthlessness. That is another one of the problems of knowledge. Knowledge can become worthless because of boredom and exhaustion. We are tired of making the same mistake. We are tired of sitting at the same desk for a lifetime. We are tired of working with the same situations that arise frequently. We are tired of the wars that call upon us. We are tired of the false peace that come with them. We are tired with everything that is falling apart and is failing to grow. Now, we have only limited facilities, but there is always something that can be done about this. And I've noticed in working with people who have become despondent over conditions of life, that nearly all of them are despondent because they have been unable in their own minds to accomplish a transmutation of something monotonous, objectionable, or debilitating. Yet there is an alchemy that comes with wisdom. Alchemy is the power to transform base metals into gold. It is the power to transform the daily experiences of life into a meaningful pattern of growth, so that the individual will leave this world a better person than he was when he came in. Today he may be a worse person. So we have this problem of what are we going to do about it? How are we going to change these things? How are we going to transform the monotony of knowledge into the dynamics
of wisdom. Now, one thing about monotony is that, as one friend told me once, he didn't like monotony because it was so monotonous. And this is very largely true. There is no excitement, no thrill, no achievement, nothing but keeping on and hoping that the job will last longer than we do. This is not very much of an inducement. So we have to try to find out how we can get some of these circumstances into our present knowledge. Well, one of the things we have to do is to realize that much of this we have to do ourselves. We have to recognize the need of becoming involved in the progress we hope to achieve. The young family with 2 or 3 small children cannot depend upon the public school system to get him out or get these children out of the monotonous, comparatively meaningless despondency which comes constantly with knowledge that has no outlet. So the problem is that the reforms have to begin themselves in the person. And Ben Franklin was a great exponent of common sense. To him, common sense was the most uncommon thing in the world, because common sense was the power of the non-scholastic to control and direct a life. Common sense tells us what we can do when we are tired of perpetual failure within ourselves. We go and study at the Sorbonne, we do at Heidelberg, we do all these things, but we're still working with knowledge on the same level. We are still trying to get an art or a science, a craft or a trade, but we are not trying to become better people. We're not trying to grow, we're trying to find ways to get rich without too much hard work. So these things do not satisfy very well. But supposing we recognize the importance that common sense comes on where monotony and so-called knowledge fail. Now, common sense is just natural honesty. It is an intuitive grasp of realities, and is probably the most powerful educating force that there is. And yet we don't dare to trust to it, because common sense may teach us to go in the opposite direction from that in which we look for profit and fame. So we have to start with something. And those who are out of school and about settled down in life have a great opportunity to begin to experiment with the ensouling of facts. When a fact ensouled becomes a truth, and we are in need of more truths. We are needing very definitely people whose vision extends far enough into the future to really understand what we're up against, but to really know the condition we're building for ourselves. There's a lot of talk now about the 21st century, and there's a lot of evidence wandering around that we're already trying to ruin it. Not because we mean to, but because we're taking knowledge instead of wisdom to work with. We are not trying to learn how to change that which has obviously failed. We are trying to figure some way to perpetuate that which was never real. So we have to think a little bit about getting into line for more wisdom and getting prepared to realize that everything in nature consists of a body and a soul. Now, we can't hardly think of the soul as being associated with logic. We hardly have difficulty in imagining that things that are the common usage of mankind have souls. And yet arithmetic has a soul. Music has a soul. Art has a soul. Digging ditches has a soul. Every profession has a soul, and a more exalted one. And most of the members of the profession do not live up to it. Over 2,000 years ago, the oath of Hippocrates was given to medicine. And we have spent the last century trying to get rid of it. We do not want it because it demands idealism, it demands integrity, and makes the physician, first of all, the servant of all the gods. This is in the spirit of wisdom, but we're trying to get it back down again into the spirit of knowledge. We know the code. We can recite it.
but we can't use it. And that's because we are not building into ourselves the common sense, the natural virtues and integrities which are bestowed by nature and mutilated by human nature. So we're now looking for some way to get into a better condition to face into the future. And I think one of the common things that we can do is simply to postulate that anything that we are doing has levels and strata for us to consider. When we consider going into business, this is also a moral decision, not merely an economic one. We do not expect to have all things run smoothly, but we do expect that everything will teach us something of value. And value is not to be determined in terms of wealth or fame. Value is the unfoldment of the internal potential of the divinely endowed part of man. And progress is the individual growing up to himself, because within each of us is something that is infinitely wiser and infinitely better than our own daily conduct. There is hardly anyone who could not improve, and there are very few to whom improvement would not be valuable. So we begin to think of all the ways in which we can use what we commonly call knowledge to increase wisdom, to make it possible for us to have a better world to live in and to become better people in this world. So now let's see what happens when we start in with wisdom. Now, where does wisdom come from? Wisdom was developed by the ancients for one purpose alone, and that was to learn to understand the meaning of existence. Now, there are various ways in which you can get some idea of this meaning. We can start with knowledge, and we can read a book on archaeology or on astronomy or engineering or any subject and learn all the interesting and fantastic things that we are gradually accumulating in the forms of knowledge. Yet we can go on and do all these things and they become intellectual. And we can take an examination and pass. And because we have passed the examination, we get the good job. But with the whole thing, there's been absolutely no improvement of anything. We are simply perpetuating the blind alley. We are going on continually glorifying the way it is, instead of working earnestly to establish the way it should be. Every problem has an answer, and the answer means that we have to change our own relationship to that problem. We have to ensoul the power within ourselves which will give us the right to judge the problem. I think one of the problems that we've come in now to also is religion, in the fact that from a very early time the various peoples of the world developed religious codes. These codes they did not affirm, they created themselves. Probably many of them they did, however. But so far as they knew, these codes had come from some deep hidden source within themselves or within the soul of the world. And the idea of religion was that all things that exist bear witness to soul, bear witness to the remarkable value behind it. The individual can spend his whole life studying carrot, but he can never apparently understand how to create a carrot. He can use the things that are, but he doesn't understand them. He only understands their market value. He only understands why the dietitian says he should eat them. But the great pattern of the purpose of things, extending all the way from the infinite of the cosmos to the most minute atom, all these things have meaning. And until we find our own place in this great chain of circumstances, we will never be able to change the world to meet the law. We are never going to be able to change the law to meet us, and that's one of our difficulties. We are constantly reshaping laws. We are changing laws that we created ourselves in the first place. So we go with them as long as we can stand our own creations, and then we do something about that, and we put an appendix on it, or we put various codicils to it, so that we can continue to go along the same general path. But the actual answer to the problem is The average person, even the average educated person, has very little understanding of where we came from, why we are here, or where we are going. These are the great realities without which an enduring culture can never be built. And we are not even looking for them. We are only looking for all the secrets of science, particularly those that can be commercialized. We are not aware of the grand pattern of a human soul, that there is in each one of us a divine life that has come into exile in this world. And the reason it's in exile is because we have been here before and set up the exile. We come back to the work that we have done ourselves. We come back to our own mistakes. We come back to the ignorance that we started with, or perhaps a little worse. And we are not even willing to recognize the fact that we are missing the real purpose of life, growth. Now, what do we say when growth? Well, growth is not necessarily has anything to do with wealth or fame. Growth is the ability to handle constructively situations that we have previously mishandled. If we become, through growth, wiser than we are, we can become better than we are. But without becoming wiser, we can never become better. Wisdom is not intellectual either. We think of it as long beards gazing in great stone tablets or something of this nature. Not at all. Wisdom is no more remarkable than Benjamin Franklin's almanac. Wisdom breaks down finally to common sense. Common sense, but it's common sense in a universe in which the very structure of that universe is common sense. Everything about the universe makes sense. Everything that man does about it is dubious. We're not at all sure that he's gaining on it. But it is true beyond any question that the simple facts of existence are the basis of wisdom. Wisdom is not learning another language. Wisdom is to learn a language so that we can talk to another man. All things are for use value, and that use is not for profit, but for growth. So we are constantly working to build new echoes and new sounds and tones to enrich the relationships of life. In about 10 years now, we're going to enter a new century. At the present moment, we're all tremendously excited over the prospect. In fact, we're not only excited, but many people are frightened to death. All the way along the way, everyone is looking and trying to figure out what we're going to do with the remaining 10 years of this century. Now, probably Ben Franklin would say very fairly, forget the 21st century, do it right now in the last years of the 20th century, and you'll have nothing to worry about. You have nothing to worry about when you start keeping the rules. And you don't have to set aside a period many years from now when you're going to start doing that. This idea that we have that the universe is made up of sections which come into manifestation, and in those various sections are the various skills, or the various ideals, or the integrities which are to be developed at that time. The truth of the matter is, these integrities must be developed in all times, in all conditions, and in every phase of existence. We want to go into the 21st century. We'd like to be able to hope that we'd be able to stand the drinking water as late as that we will also find some kind of a way to get the sewage out of our basements. We are also hoping to save a forest or two merely to be able to show people what a tree looked like. All of this type of thing is a little ridiculous, I know, but the point is very definitely that we have got to do something to change anything. And the power to change is the power of wisdom. Now, the ancients tried to develop a way to getting wisdom. And they came to a conclusion that I think we're going to have to come to again. Namely, that wisdom cannot be forced upon mankind. Wisdom cannot be stuffed down the human throat. It cannot be legislated into existence. And it cannot be perpetuated by people who don't want it. So the ancients decided to divide a group apart. They took those who yearned after righteousness and who sought knowledge and who had that dedication to the common good that was necessary for the perpetuation of progress, and created the schools of wisdom, the Platonic schools, the Pythagorean schools, these various mysteries of Egypt and Greece and all the other countries, for the training of people who wanted to know the reality. They needed to know that there was something beyond the commonplace. But they tried to tell it to everyone. Those who didn't care diluted it, perverted it, destroyed it. Therefore, they created a rule to control the dissemination of essential knowledge. They said that that knowledge has to be perpetuated by the right kind of person. That you can't just simply toss it on the surface of life and expect it to find a safe place to hide or to live. We have to be able to recognize that the attainment of knowledge is the highest labor of mankind, and that the attainment of knowledge is the basis of all philanthropy, the basis of all unselfishness, the basis of all cooperation, and the strengthening of all the constructive emotions of the human being. Therefore, to do this, it must be discipline. And all ancient people set aside certain disciplines for those who wanted to know the truth more than anything else. These they called the mystery schools. They were the schools of Egypt and all these different systems, Phoenicia, Chaldea. They were the schools of the island of Como, and they were even the schools that continued down into the Middle Ages, finally became the labor unions. It was a case of where there had to be a group of dedicated people to keep alive the forces which protect mankind. And this dedicated group had to show by their action and by the consequences of their works that they were the defenders of mankind, that they were the most important thing in all the world, those who sought to serve the truth. Now we have this coming into religion, and for Christendom, the Christ mystery is probably the most important of all these dedications. Christianity is actually a real problem of wisdom. Now it might sound as though wisdom is all intellectual, but it is not. The greatest of all wisdom is the love of truth, the love of reality, and the brotherhood of human life. But in this time, the development of certain laws of reality, and we're going to have to some way get back to some of this. We're going to have some place, honorable, recognized, and supported, by which those who desire to live better have a chance to do so, and where those who have the inside information in certain matters have a chance to express their internal convictions. Now, religion has for a long time provided certain phases of this. Even today in the 20th century, where science very largely is materialistic, it lives and moves and has its being in the presence of religion. And every day we're learning in the present world stress that religion is not something to be discarded. That if there is anything exact, it is religion, not science. Because the inevitable consequence of the misuse of power is moral punishment. And it also is that religion can prove conclusively that the only way in which the individual can protect himself and his world is by the development of integrities. He has to become a better person if he expects to make a better world. So we're now going to have somewhere along the line the science of redemption. We're going to have a gradual rising of peoples who believe that the greatest of all knowledge is the knowledge to live an enlightened life. That all other things are decorations or incidental. Even a trade or a profession or a career is incidental to the basic fact that all professions and all careers exist primarily to help the individual to grow. No part of our civilization was originally founded on the prophet system. It was founded on the prophet, spelt as a prophet or sage. Actually, therefore, we are working constantly to create a situation, and we're watching knowledge. We're watching the expansion of knowledge. We're beginning to recognize that a lot of knowledge isn't doing anything. We're also recognizing that the knowledge is leading in the wrong direction, that it is helping to perpetuate that which is doomed to fail. Therefore, we have philosophy coming in, and philosophy becomes the basis of a kind of wisdom. And out of it comes the final decision, which is the proof of wisdom, the decision to do that which is according to the integrities of the divine plan. The individual who obeys the universal law is wise. Any wisdom, that's so-called, that does not recognize this fact is not wise. And we have already had years and years of corrupted wisdom. We've had years of pseudo-knowledge, and we are now very much in need of the real thing. We also are in recognizing that all the different changes that come in society are constantly convicting us of our own fallacies. Most of the problems that we have today didn't exist 25, 50 years ago. We were living in a different, much more cohesive way. We are no longer in that way. We have broken down the walls and barriers which gave us some protection. There is no longer any respect for the laws of the personal relationships. There is no respect for parents or the aged. There is no respect for truth, and very little respect for teachers, because so many of the teachers are not teaching the facts. So all around, there's all these things need curing. And in this curing, we take the various forms of knowledge and we begin to try to ensole them. We say, take the knowledge, for example, of a mathematical career. Now, there is a great deal to be said for that. The average mathematician studies primarily for the purpose of advancing some science or for adding a certain control to various mathematical problems. But actually, mathematics is part of the Platonic wisdom. Plato says God geometrizes. God also chemicalizes. God is the father of astronomy. God is the power behind every form of knowledge. And in its own essence, every form of knowledge is correct. Every form of knowledge is founded upon universal laws and universal realities. Because we're not much interested in those things, we sort of discard them or forget them or let somebody else worry about them while we do things that are a little different. We prefer to think in terms of mathematics in a laboratory work. We want to do something like, oh my goodness, look what wonderful things Einstein did. Einstein just put mathematics together, and what did he do? He discovered something that may be the death of all of us. Gave us the bomb. Now, this is a little story of what we're all doing. In the development of great mechanistic civilization, a great materialism in a world where materialism can never win, but by balancing only these factors of physical existence, thinking only in terms of our own extensions, even though we live but a few years. Although all this goes along, we're not going to get anywhere. Wisdom, true wisdom, could use mathematics for 1,000 years without ever developing a bomb. Why did we develop it? Because we needed a big mistake to take care of a lot of little ones. We needed a big danger to create peace. So we did that there. And what have we got? A continuing danger that will continue and place in the hands of anarchy means of controlling human destiny. But the powers of things are not going to permit this. There is bound to be the reckoning. Nature cannot be deceived, and nature cannot be stopped. its own realities must involve the correction of things which are contrary to nature's wish. So what do? We start out to build a new kind of civilization over garbage heaps, and they fall in, and we have a lot of trouble. We are trying to get rid of bugs, so we spray the food and die of the spray. Everything works in the same way, because no one in these different departments is working for solution. They're working to how to maintain the thing as it is, how to prevent the bugs from eating it, but not necessarily doing anything to change the patterns upon which these things are built. And I remember very definitely when I was talking with Luther Burbank, he pointed out, he said, if the plant is healthy, there will be no bugs. It must first be sick. And when it is sick, it is weak. And when it is weak, the carnivores came in, and the insects come in, and the fungus comes in. But it doesn't come into a healthy animal or a healthy plant. The problems we have socially do not come into a healthy world. They do not come into a healthy nation or a healthy level of life. The reason why things go wrong is because we destroy the integrities which prevent them from going wrong. We do not realize what we are doing. We are all trying to have the plant and eat it too. And we watch and we see what happens. We watch the plagues break out. There is every reason to assume that most of the problems that we face today are the direct results of the vibratory patterns which we are setting up by mass thinking. We are all working on certain problems, but millions of people are working on only one or two problems: how to get rich, how to stay beautiful, or how to get well. All these things are corrupting our way of life. Our idea of getting healthy is to take care of the body, but not the soul. Another problem, I talked to a lady who was quite authority on the subject. Why do the girls want to be beautiful? And she pointed out that there are two ways of being beautiful. One is to have it on the outside, and in a few years it's gone. And the other is to have it on the inside, and it will last as long as you live and carry you into a better life beyond. Everything must get at the sources. We need a better level of thinking. We've got to take the facts and make truths out of them. We've got to take the knowledge that we have and redeem it, to save it from the corruptions of the selfish and the unscrupulous. There is no way that we can have a better world unless we become better people. And that is the problem that I think we're all working with, and very seriously at this time. The need of the regeneration, the alchemy of transforming selfishness into charity, transforming self-centeredness into soul-centeredness, and allowing the realities to lead the way rather than to drift, if possible, somewhere in the background. We have so many things to work with, so many opportunities and so many privileges, but we notice something is happening. If these privileges are slowly diminishing, these solutions that we have are slowly becoming insufficient. Little by little, we see the continual corruption of the very vital forces upon which we depend. And this corruption is simply due to misuse, perversion. The recognition of this is important. Every individual who goes to school should be taught that every dishonest person is sick, that there is no such a thing as a successful individual who is not essentially a person of integrity. Everything else falls apart. We watch treaty after treaty among nations fall apart. We see the present mess throughout the world. We realize the tremendous struggle of ignorance to control mankind. Here we are in the 20th century, and following rules that were decadent and obsoleted 2,000 years ago. There are always some who will do it wrong, but we have never had in modern times so many doing it wrong at the same time as we have at the present moment. And that is because we are becoming more powerful, and we have greater advantages, greater skills. Now we have to have greater integrity, or our own achievements will destroy us. So I think it's very important that all of us try to think about these kinds of things. And just for a little sort of appendix on the end of this, I'd like to see this is what we are trying to do here. I think that there is a job here. It'll be a small job, but I think it is useful. I think we should try to create here in this group of people a nucleus of a people that are dedicated to transforming knowledge into wisdom, to gradually develop the powers and skills which will permit them to have a better life themselves and also pass on a better world to their descendants. So everyone that can possibly do so must play a part in the rediscoveries of reality and the rededication of a world that has tried to be a prodigal child and has found it all failing. We are sort of parts of the story of the prodigal son. We are all parts of something that we went forth to do it our way. Our way is no good. The only one way is the way that was ordained for us in the beginning. A way that is honest, equitable, and ends in glory, and in which pain fades away to the degree that wisdom takes over the ways of life. If we can understand these things, I think we'll all be better and happier people. Thank you.
Well, last week we started a rather interesting outline of the development of the internal spiritual resources of the human being. We carried it to various levels, so we want to continue today to go a little further. We started in by covering the idea of knowledge and carrying it on to wisdom. And today we're going a little further. We're going to carry it on to a higher level of spiritual maturity under the heading of understanding. Actually, if we look back to our most remote ancestors that lived in caves or swamps, the Piltdown man or the Pithecanthropus erectus, we find that the little intellect that was available at that time was used largely to protect the physical life of the individual. They had very little area of intelligence, but they were struggling to survive, and all intelligence was devoted to survival. Physical survival. Now time has passed. We've become much more sophisticated. We have much greater area of interest. But still, for most people, mind is used to protect survival. We are still concerned mostly with the mind doing the things which we want to accomplish. We want the mind to be educated and support us. We want the mind to make us happy. We want it to give us the pleasures and advantages of life. We want it to take the education we are prepared for it. And the mind in its usages is to make us more physically secure, comfortable, wealthy, and more or less so unhappy on the grounds that these things are burdens upon the spirit. So we have the mind beginning its existence as an instrument of the survival of physical things. Now it's become much more sophisticated, but for the most part it is still serving most people in terms of making life more comfortable. Very few people think of mind as more than a commodity. It is a means of accomplishing something. No one really cares much what it is of itself or questions what it might do if we used it differently. But back in the more classical periods, it dawned upon some folks that the mind was more than merely a servant of survival. The mind was a means of accomplishing all kinds of specialized activities. The mind made the musician and the philosopher and the architect, the statesman and the doctor, and all the different people who developed specialized intelligence were working with the mind. So we gain a little bit of an understanding, and as the individual grew up, the mind grew up too. And the mind gradually gained a larger sphere of influence. It was still an intellectual entity. It was still related to our physical needs, but it was also a means of extending and expanding ourselves into new areas of activity. As a result of that, the mind grew and gave us great cities. It gave us the Alexandrian libraries. It gave us the Acropolis of Athens and the pyramids of Egypt. It became the instrument for the expansion of the human state. It is no longer simply a matter of survival. It was qualifying survival, making it greater, making it more important and more significant. And so it went on, and all this time it was developing certain specialized attributes. It was giving us the foundations of arts and sciences. It was giving us the beginnings of various changes in our own personalities. The mind, which originally helped us to survive, now began to help us to unfold and enrich our own potentials. We find genius of all kinds developing. We're finding individuals becoming poets and artists and musicians. We find the mind constantly now contributing to the unfoldment of the potential of the individual. There's one thing, however, that was consistent, or more or less so. The mind was almost entirely used to fulfill some kind of physical purpose. All the arts and sciences were physical. They want to make better-looking buildings and greater paintings, but it was for the sake of physical things. The mind also gave us armament to protect ourselves. It gave us laws for the development of social conditions. It variously enriched us, but always for the same basic purpose, pointed toward physical existence. Gradually, a few philosophers, as we mentioned in the idea last week, began to develop the idea of the mind having a different function, a greater and more important contribution to make. The mind was to extend the individual not only into the physical life of the time, but into the cultural life, and gradually into the internal religious life of the person. The religious life of the average human being is comparatively undeveloped even to the present time. But it is there, and it has all kinds of moral and ethical implications. It gives us great visions. It makes ways of peace and helps us to solve problems that would otherwise endanger our survival. So we develop a new branch of mentality, a branch of mentality coming closer and closer to the invisible causes of our visible existence. We began to think in terms of the wonders of the inner self. We began to recognize the possibility of genius. We also recognized that this mental faculty could attack unanswered questions relating to matters far beyond the physical life. It began to answer the questions about why and what and how. And in that we find it rising in the great Greek systems of philosophy, where there were solutions to the great problems of life. Plato and Aristotle and Socrates gave us answers to moral problems, began to understand and help us to understand good and evil.
right and wrong, hope and fear, and gave all types of information which would help us to fortify our instincts against the pressures of the times. So we began to think in terms of philosophy. And philosophy began to change the world we lived in. It began to give us a glimpse of something beyond matter. It gave us a concept of a part of our nature that had not yet been fully developed. The inner potential of the individual was not exhausted by the achievement of physical advantages. He might become able to create an atomic bomb, but this did not completely exhaust the inner life of the person. He could also create a remedy for the bomb. We find all types of science developing ingenuities and research projects. Well, the research project was a challenge to the intellect. The research project was one in which individuals were striving to know more. For the most part, however, these research projects were also largely physical. They had to do with health problems. They had to do with international law and types of things of this kind. But there was now a gradual development and a separation of projects. For now we began to have the mind thinking in terms of religion, thinking in terms of ethics, thinking in terms of morality. And gradually from these thoughtfulnesses of the mind, we began to develop a civilization, which was more than merely the perpetuation of our physical propensities. In order to accomplish this particular type of growth, it became also important to give more and more attention to the study of things not normally or commonly understood or appreciated. So here we come down into the Middle Ages, into the great Florentine Renaissance and things of this nature. We find art flourishing, we find religion developing and scattering about the whole surface of the earth. We find the individual also beginning to think of other things. He began to think not just simply as they did in Egypt, that when the Pharaoh died, he went to the valleys and plains of Amentat and remained there rejoicing forever. Or of the Chinese emperor who took an army of life-size clay figures with him into the afterlife. There began to be a study of things like the afterlife. Now, how was the mind to explore this subject? There was no real basis. The mind couldn't go to some college or university and take a course. It was all struggling to find out from within himself what he could do as a person that influenced man in these matters. But little by little, exploration began to pay off. There began to be new things thought about, new answers to problems. And as we spoke in the state of wisdom in the last talk, wisdom began to support certain conclusions of the mind. Wisdom began to recognize that it could make rules and see the result of these rules. So gradually a body of knowledge developed as a result of testing, of trying, and of applying principles to problems. Little by little, as we went along this road, we began to develop idealistic conceptions. Our remote ancestors believed that we went to sleep in the ground and maybe the shadow or ghost hovered around the village. We began to think of much more sophisticated answers to life after death. And among the Greeks and Egyptians, the problem of life after death became one of the basic interests in connection with the development of the mind. Could the mind answer this question? Yes, the mind could answer the question. It could answer it in a way, but the answer was not final. The mind as we know it at the present time could not reach out to the ultimates of knowing. It could only go a certain distance. It could make, for instance, immortality seem reasonable, seem possible, but it could not make it a fact beyond question or beyond doubt to common knowledge. So everywhere we find the mind gradually exploring fields which had been generally neglected. And in the exploring, it began to develop rational solutions. And practically all of our intellectual life is derived from these rational solutions. The laws of governments are so derived. The beliefs of churches are so derived. Everything became a problem of accepting the reasonable, the probable, the possible, but there was no absolute certainty. This absolute certainty was beyond the capacity of the intellectual equipment as we knew it. So we went along and gradually built up a civilization, something like we have today. A hodgepodge of good and bad, of intelligence and ignorance, of right and wrong, of hope and fear. And over this peculiar conglomerate, the mind still sits in judgment. The mind tells us when we have broken the rule. Sometimes it tells us we have broken it when we haven't broken it. Because now the mind begins to be influenced. As soon as the mind was strong enough to make decisions, various individuals wish to use it to make decisions favorable to themselves, very often at the expense of someone else. So the mind gradually became infected, and mentality was no longer trustworthy. The mind was no longer disciplined by something beyond the mind. And this brought another question into focus that is still being tossed about by atheists and agnostics. Is there anything beyond the mind? Is there a higher power than the mind by which we may come to certainties the mind cannot attain? Here again there was a problem of rationality. The mind itself was perfectly willing to admit that there might be something superior to itself. But what that was and how it functioned, the mind was not certain. So we had a series of very good and basic conjectures, and on these most of our civilization is built. Our religions are built upon probabilities that have been considered and estimated. Also, religion has been built upon codes of conduct which have been proven to be useful. These codes of conduct are justified by their utility, but the possibility or probability of trying to prove them dogmatically remains uncertain. So gradually the mind got to a point where it went about as far as it could, and that far it went was wisdom. Wisdom was the possibility of taking speculations, opinions, and all that type of thing, and subjecting them to some type of orderly discipline. The mind took certain common fallacies and cleared them away. But the mind could not reach into the very depth of the problem. The great questions, where do we come from, why are we here, and where are we going, still these are not answered by mind alone. Certainly the mind has answers, but very few people are satisfied with the intellectual approach to the ultimate questions of life. So we have this problem that there is a need of something else. And as we study man more carefully, we realize that that something else is available. There is something else. There is another power. There is something that can measure and estimate. There is a kind of understanding that is not purely intellectual. And in order to explain that and solve it, the mind itself creates an answer. And this answer is the human soul. There is a soul. There is a part of man that is superior to body, superior to physical consideration, superior to life and death as we know it on this planet or any other planet. There is something that is superior to the common judgment of humanity, something that is beyond our control and almost beyond our understanding. But there is something, and that something brings with it the first hint of immortality. It tells us something about a survival greater than merely even rebirth. For rebirth could be a continuing development of mental entities. But then we have a problem. Why this development? There has to be some reason for every thing that happens. And you do not have a continuing process of creation unless that creation is going somewhere, or these continuations change sufficiently to result in a form of growth. So we have the emergence of something that we now call the soul. Now the soul was not unknown to the ancients. The soul was everywhere for everybody who wanted or believed that there was some part of himself that was superior to mind. The world was filled with people who believed that there were values that were not limited to physical values. They were not simply barricaded behind walls of clay and mud. They were, because there was something that was divinely present. There was a life principle, and this life principle had some mysterious spiritual integrity. Therefore the soul came into existence, and individuals used to say of each other, he was a good soul. And then there was the term of soul as only, the soul recipient. Therefore the soul began to develop as something beyond the mind, something that was up above. And if there was something up above, there had to be an up above for it to develop in. So with the soul came the whole concept of religion as we know it now. Came the entire conviction of a great universe of invisibles, of causes, of laws and principles, ruled over by benevolence, ruled over by justice, and ruled over by integrity, dedicated to the fulfillment of the growth of creatures. That the plan of things was not just worked out haphazardly, but that the plan had its ground in a great soul pattern, a pattern that was benign, a pattern that had its final purpose the redemption of all that lives. So there was this concept. The earthly mind began to play with the idea. It began to question some of its own beliefs, and it gradually began to tolerate the idea that there was something beyond matter, something beyond physical existence, that the human soul was not completed here, that the human soul did not originate here, and that the entire concept of a completely materialistic creation was not adequate to explain the mystery of the human being. The more this was explored, the more it became obvious, because when man began to think about the soul, or began to consider that there was something within himself deeper than the body with which he was burdened in the physical life, as long as he believed in something more, he had to be an idealist. He could not be an atheist. He could not really be an agnostic. For the moment he believed that there was a law and order beyond physical things, he had to have a source for it. And the only source he had was a superior world which was capable of controlling and dominating material existence. This also brought about the realization that the kings of earth, the pharaohs who went to sleep in their graves, all the material glory and pomp and ceremony was not the real thing. It was not the ultimate. That this was only a part of physical life. That somewhere there had to be an upper half of creation. Wherever there was a material effect, there had to be a cause. And sometimes these causes could not be found in material things. So we had quite a struggle here for quite a time, trying to straighten out some of these ideas, and finally came to the conclusion that there was a half of the universe that we never saw, that we had seen only the lower half of a complete sphere, that the upper half was invisible and was known only by its consequences, that there was certain things that happened that could only happen if there was something in the invisible that had form and shape and authority. So instead of an empty space, we began to think of a space with a dimension of life that was invisible to us but was real. And we began to think of spiritual matters. Now the mind, working with the spiritual problem, came to another series of decisions it had to make. If there was a spiritual reality, if there was something in the human being that we might call spirit, or something in existence that might be regarded as spiritual, then there were rules governing it. And from the experience of life, the rules of the spiritual realities were nobler, more beautiful, and more exalted than the rules of body. The body had very great limitations, but in some mysterious way the soul had a much larger sphere of activity. The soul also had value. The ancients with the body simply assumed that it went down to the grave. Sometimes a shadow or ghost lingered for a time, but the body had no enduring part in the mystery of human life. When it was cast off, that was the end. But the soul now began to bring in other thoughts. There was no proof when or where the soul was born, and no proof when or where it died. And the more it was studied, the more it was realized that it must have a considerably greater sphere of activity than the body. The soul, being as it was a spiritual over-self, also became gradually recognized as the proper ruler of mind and ruler of bodies. The soul dethroned the mind, particularly for the religious people. They found the soul was the proper guide and proper guardian of value. The mind could defeat us, destroy us. It could variously misrepresent things. But the soul theoretically had to be above this. Now the soul also is capable, it is according to the ancients, of making mistakes. But these mistakes were largely due to the perspective of the point of view rather than of the soul itself. There is very little evidence anywhere that the soul sins, yet is referred to that the soul sinneth. There is not very serious. But the soul doesn't sin. What really is that the individual has sinned in some lower part of his nature and has allowed it to appear to be the soul. But that the soul is corrupted is doubtful, because that is an incorruptible thing. When corruption affects the inner life of the person, it is not his soul that is sickened by the corruption. It is his soul that becomes sad because of the corruption. Therefore, in every case, corruption cannot affect something superior to itself. And as corruption for the most part is physical, and the soul is not, the soul cannot be touched in its substance. It can only be damaged in its manifestation. So they began to think a lot about soul. And most of the great religions that we have today have been based upon a philosophy of soul. They recognize the existence in man of a part that survives the disintegration of the body. There were a few who began to think in terms of living forever in the body. But this did not seem especially practical, and even though it is interesting and startling as a theory, it never gained any great importance. The individual recognized the importance of change, and as the body grew old and decrepit, it was considered advisable to change it for a new organism. Therefore, there was a constant change of bodies, but more of that, also changes of souls. This became quite an interesting matter. Does every body have a new soul? Is every soul something that is created in an invisible life, but is part of body? Is the soul something that is superior to body? Does it move into the body at birth? Does it depart from the body at death? Or does the soul have a continuing living existence in some other dimension of space? And the Christians and most of the other religionists finally came to the conclusion that the soul had an existence apart from body, that it came into body for a time and departed from body, that efforts to contaminate the soul actually did not do so, but that the body was contaminated and the mind was contaminated, and the result was it appeared that the soul also was adversely conditioned. But the soul itself, as a factor in existence, was regarded as forever benevolent. Therefore, the ancients had a concept that they gradually developed of the perilous journey. The perilous journey was the value of the journey of the human being from the lowest form available for consideration on the physical plane through all the conditions that led ultimately to sainthood or the development of a beatific condition in the race of human beings. We have, therefore, the problem of this journey in which the person gradually grows up. He grows up from the fact of a physical existence in a stone cave where he made a few marks and symbols on walls of granite. He grows up through the mound builders, through the gradual tribes of people, the gradual rise of nations, until down to the present time. There was a continuing progression of the powers of the mind to condition something else. The mind was forming more noble mansions for the soul. Now, if the mind was contaminated, this damaged the entire pattern, and therefore various methods of repentance and so forth were set up. But these were set up to take care of the derelictions of the mind, not virtues or vices of the soul. So we live today in a modern world in which we have a soul that is immortal, and we have a mind that can and may ultimately become much more immortalized than it is now. But we have a mind that is capable of serious errors, that is capable of contamination, that is capable of becoming hopelessly fascinated by inferior matters. The mind, it can be and is often corrupted, but the soul, it basically is not. The basic condition of the soul is either developing its own nature or waiting patiently for the ages to produce the qualities necessary for the manifestation of soul power. So out of this also then came a science, this crisscross science of between the mind and the soul, in which the mind gradually developed the powers to support the soul, and the soul was released to manifest more and more through the body. The ones in which the soul was released for more and fuller manifestation in bodies, those people were called mystics. They were persons who depended upon certain inner values which could not be supported by the intellect alone. So we gradually developed not only divisions in all forms of knowledge, but even in religion itself. We have a religion, therefore, that does recognize the possibility that the soul can be contaminated, but also that it can be purified. The modern religion actually thinks in terms of redeeming the soul by reforming the mind. If the individual in his physical propensities carefully and diligently practices the virtues, then he releases the soul from imprisonment in the cages and in the prisons of his false living. This is partly as present in most Oriental philosophies and much of the religions and beliefs of antiquity in general, namely that the soul was the victim of the mind. Therefore the soul had to be rescued, and if the soul is rescued, it becomes the instrument of immortality. And gradually this is going on all the time. It is going on every day. Every person in every walk of life is either building soul or limiting it. The soul constitutes a more normal, moral, and ethical reality. And most of the great philosophers of Greece and so forth have bestowed upon the soul the attributes of the highest virtues. They have said that the soul waited patiently for the mind to catch up to it, waited patiently for the body to reform so that the soul could manifest to it. Therefore the soul gradually became recognized as the Redeemer, the Savior, the Protector, the Regenerator of the body and the mind. Well, it was important that the mind did have some kind of a control, because it was pretty well out of control. And we find today, as we look forward to another century of progress, that we have a body that is suffering from utter conflict within the body. A conflict between what is right and what is immediate. What is the fulfillment of desire and what is the unfoldment of integrity. And we find more and more people who are gradually giving up the fight and allowing themselves to fall into the confusion of negative attitudes and corrupted conduct. So we do not know just how it's going to work out. But one thing is evident, that we are not building soul power to any great degree. We are not giving the best of ourselves a chance. We are not using the finest faculties that we have to protect ourselves. We are compromising all of the higher faculties in order to cater to the lower ones. Now, there is no question that the individual is in desperate need of drugs or tobacco or alcohol. But the individual who actually knows that these things will be a destructive force in his life still will not give them up, for the reason that these things are tangible, while virtues are intangible. To most persons, virtues are forms of frustration, and the individual will rather take a chance of dying of bad habits than of sacrificing the pleasures of the moment. This calls for a reorganization of a lot of thinking, and it also calls for a re-understanding of the construction of the human being. We know, for instance, that the human being has the capacity of disobedience. We know that the individual, through ignorance, can disobey. There is no proof that intelligence will disobey, because intelligence implies that the intelligence knows that no fault can ever survive, and that evil can never win. But in the temporary gamut of things, evil has a temporary success, and many people are perfectly willing to settle for that. We may very often hear among our narcotic victims where the individual admits that it will probably be the destruction of him, but then in the meantime he will have a few highs, and in these highs he will think he runs the world, and in that is a full payment for the fact that he is destroyed a few months later. So they have this problem. We have the physical person as he has been since the Stone Age, and we have this other something that has been gradually developing, Emerson's oversoul. We have constantly developed an inner life that is higher than the outer expression of life. Now, everyone hasn't done this, but most of the lawmakers and those who have set up the codes of civilization have had some vision of the reality. Therefore, they have nearly always made a code that was somewhat in advance of prevailing customs. They have tried to give the individual a way of life which will challenge him to a slightly greater expression of his internal integrities. Therefore, we have progress in the codes of most peoples. But these progresses, as they have been denominated, are for the most part ignored. The individual is perfectly willing, in our way of life, to compromise his eternal integrity for his temporal advantages. Now, this is, of course, something we face in government, in politics, in science, in all of the arts and crafts. We find the individual who is perfectly willing to pay for the privilege of doing wrong. And there is always an individual who is glad to do wrong to be well paid. We have, therefore, a very serious problem in which the willpower within the person is not strong enough to take care of the temptations of society. Well, we've been here a long time. We've seen a lot of nations rise and fall. We are seeing today the worst chaos that civilization has ever passed through. We see that most of our institutions have been corrupted, and that those that are not corrupted are out of date. We constantly recognize that things are wrong, but we do not want to dynamically do anything about it. So we keep on going, giving the mind and the various habits of the body control, and at the same time suffer the consequences of disobeying the rules of life. Now, how did we find out about those rules of life? How do we know, for example, that we should not follow certain of the policies that are now popular? Well, the mind can give us the answer if we want it, but we have reconditioned the mind and have forbidden it to tell the truth. It has to agree with what we want, and we will not accept any less. As far as the soul is concerned, it is pretty much in silence. it has not had the opportunity to express itself. It means that also that if we want to make any major change of importance to society, we have got to change the relationships of these inner elements of our own personalities. If we want a better world, we must accomplish the personal victory of soul power over brute force. We must achieve the victory of intelligence over ignorance and virtue over vice. And this victory must be a more or less personal victory. We are all hoping that someone is going to make a great ado about this problem, and there's going to be a great wave of redemption. There is no evidence of it, however, at the present moment, because this redemption principle rests within the person in the relation between his mind and his soul. The individual who allows the mind to dominate his life is not going to change to any approximate degree. He may come to a little better understanding through constant misery, but it will be a long and difficult path. It is only when the soul itself, as a positive factor, is allowed to speak and claim and state its own purposes that we have a chance for a more or less rapid regeneration of our social order. Well, how do we do this then? Here we are working now with this stream of intelligence flowing down through the ages, moving through one stratum of culture after another, and coming down now to the 20th century, and getting very close to the 21st century. How are we going to change the policies that are now in force? We are perfectly well aware that we are on the verge of great difficulty. We are aware of the fact that nearly every policy that we have founded upon selfishness has failed. We are also aware of the fact that every ulterior motive has led to disaster. We have also become perfectly aware of the fact that beneath the thin veneer of civilization, the self-centered person is perfectly willing to sacrifice the life, health, happiness, and security of other people. He is only interested in one thing, himself. Now, somewhere along the line of this also, there is still another factor, which the Romans called the fates. Fate is a mysterious legal mystery. It's nursed by the Norns and by the various deities governing justice. And almost all ancient people have come to the conclusion that there is a justice, that this justice cannot be betrayed, that this justice is inherent, and that this justice is one of the reasons why we have red blood corpuscles, that this justice has made us capable of thought, that all that we have to survive, everything that is important to our continuance, is under the rulership of justice. That means that minor infractions will be punished, and we will come back into the mainstream and go on. But that major mistakes, intentionally made, will produce major changes in the attitude of justice towards the future of peoples. On the grounds that most of the ancients have now found to be reasonable from records and from the histories of knowledge from the beginning, there are certain rules that cannot succeed. These rules are being broken constantly, and there are many ways in which we study them. There are also many people who believe that they can change any rule. On the simple grounds that you have money enough to buy the rule, you can do it. If you have enough power to control the lawmaker, you can make bad laws. Yes, you can make them, but you cannot keep them. Every fallacy that we have in life is temporary. Every mistake condemns itself. If we stop it early in its way, it's merely an inconvenience. If we allow it to build a monstrosity of its own, then it becomes a great danger to our survival. So at the beginning of the present century, we have the recognition of the fact that wisdom going on and through understanding will be able to address this problem. Understanding is a comprehension of the facts. Wisdom is an ability to recognize a fact, and understanding is the ability to transform this recognition into a way of life, into a legal system, into a code, or into a prevailing policy to advance the causes of permanence and good. We are now probably in about as bad a condition as we can hope to be. We are beginning to recognize that after all these years, we are really outdoing the past when it comes to lawlessness. We have completely broken down the integrities. Now, how did this happen? Was it something that had to happen? Well, it must have had to happen, or it wouldn't have, but at the same time there are some qualifying factors. There has been a gradual shift of purpose. The objective of life has changed. In the ancient times and up to the present century, one of the principal objectives of life was to live well, or live as well as we could. We had a feeling also that there was a prospect of punishment after death, which might help to keep us in order while we are here. Even without that, there was a certain recognition of basic values, and this recognition came from experience. Families, communities living together found out how to survive by mutual helpfulness. They found out how to destroy by mutual competition and discord. And little by little it became evident that the better things were the ones that would last and endure. This is true in entertainment, in art, music, literature, everything. But we are not watching this procedure. We are not keeping the truths with it. We are not fulfilling the evidences that these things have locked within themselves. We have determined to do what we please, and then after we've done it, we don't do what we please, but we find it is not pleasant. So we have gradually become totally disobedient because of the fact that we wanted to live our own lives. All people wanted to be free of responsibility, and when everyone is free, there is no society. Where everyone wants to do as they please, there is no possibility of cooperation for common good. Where everyone is anxious to have more than anyone else, we can never have honesty. So we have a problem of having betrayed the truths that are developing within the structure of soul life. The soul is being betrayed by the mind. It is being forced to compromise in order to survive, or at least to survive in the way that we want to survive. That is, with considerable luxury and a lot of freedom. But the problem is very definitely there, that the soul has got to be strengthened. Now probably the greatest experts on this particular matter were the Neoplatonists of Alexandria. They were the ones who really made the great study of the human soul and its attributes. They found out that the human soul was a proper structure of beauty, that it was harmonious in all its parts, that it was benevolent and constructive in all its functions, and that it lived and fulfilled its purposes for the glory of God and the infinite good of mankind. Therefore, the laws of the soul have got to become embodied in the sciences of physical government and leadership. We are going to have to gradually recognize that the great power of the soul lies in one factor which became the basis of Christianity, and that is that the great power of the soul is love. So that love becomes, I might say, the ultimate of intelligence. Love becomes the final expression of the mind. It becomes absolutely necessary to the advancement and protection of any structure built in society. There is no such a thing as a loveless perfection. There is no such a thing as a heaven filled with hate. All of these qualities must be brought and reconciled. And we find that most people are slow in reconciling these qualities. So we now come to another problem of importance. How are we going to educate people to save themselves? How are we going to find a way that these people can help to secure a more permanent way of life for all of us? There's no use taking the hope that legislation is going to do it. Legislation can't do it because the legislators themselves do not have the insights. Education cannot do it as we know it today because it does not have the integrities. We go from one branch of learning to another, and in every case something is missing. We cannot accomplish with the facilities now available. The only actual availability that we have is ourselves, and the only part of ourselves that can bring us out of the doldrums is the human soul. We can use the power that we possess to improve the world we live in. And while no one is going to be perfect at it, a reasonable improvement in a reasonable number of thoughtful persons can avoid a crisis which may otherwise be very difficult. We can start by overcoming, in some measure too, the mistakes that have not only given us our problems, but are continuingly hurting us. It isn't that we're giving up something that is wonderful and fine and fortunate. We're giving up only something that has hurt us so badly we can hardly stand it. But for some reason or other, we do not recognize a hurt when we suffer from it. We recognize only that we do or do not do what we please. And all the learning, from the ancient times, from the primitive tribes of Africa to the most remote parts of Asia, we all have been told by the gods and sages that we are not here to do what we please. We are here to do what is necessary to fulfill the purpose of life. The great plan of life is beyond our touching. We cannot change the ages. We cannot change the motion of stars. We cannot do all these great wonders of the galaxies. And we can put all the crafts into orbit that we want to, but we will never be able to correct the ills of society by any conquest of atmosphere or space. We have to work directly with situations. It is true, of course, that if we work with the situations, we will correct most of the mistakes of science and economics which are giving us trouble. Actually, therefore, our big problem is that we've got to face the importance of personal integrity. There is a plan. It is available. It has been known for ages, a way of life that is acceptable to the universal plan. We must find this and use it. There is nothing else that we can do. And we must find how to apply it to various phases of our lives. We talk about getting the nations together. We read in the newspaper that somebody comes along and assassinates another character, and all the plans go to pieces again. This is part of a pattern of compound failure that is inevitable. The answer to the whole situation is that, as it is in the case of a community, a country or a nation has to work together. It has to be one of a family of nations, and it has to live and act in accordance, and bring it right on down to the final unit of its application. Every family is a nation. Every family with the 2 or 3 children and the parents and the relatives is a commonwealth. And the laws of peace and harmony have to be established there. We cannot have a deluge of broken homes and corrupted morals in the family and a great, big, joyous, peaceful world. Nor can we put enough detectives and police on the families to straighten them out. Actually, all of these things have to be done from within. If we want to survive, we've got to live to survive. If we want to build something better out of this mess that we are now in, we've got to improve our own conduct, and we've got to support every factor that is for the common good and stand resolutely against corruption and compromise. If we don't do these things, there's no way of solution. The moment we behave ourselves in these matters, we change the moral atmosphere. And the moral atmosphere is the air of the soul. The soul is straight. Where we do wrong, the soul is sick. The soul weeps for the corruptions of mankind. The deeper meaning of happiness, the security of a deep and peaceful existence. All these types of things are lost when we compromise the power of the soul in the affairs of mortals. The spirit of man is too remote. The body is too indefinite and corruptible. The mind is too easily bribed and has too many ulterior motives. But the soul cannot be in any way damaged by these things. The soul that is corrupted is only corrupted in the sense that it is prevented from functioning. We are supposed at this time to be building soul. Each human being is supposed to be strengthening his own soul, giving more power to it, so that in the due time of things, that this soul will be like the golden wedding garment of St. Paul. And in the Bible, the soul is the garment of glory. It is that which proves conclusively the wisdom and integrity of the personal life. It is only when the individual begins to work with this, and works with it sincerely and consistently, that we're going to get the results we want. Now, if anyone will try it for 6 months or a year, I don't think they'd ever give it up. Actually, they have to not start, because very few people would really like to continue having broken homes, and yet they are being broken every day. They do not believe sincerely that the broken family is a benefit to the unborn child or the infant. They do not believe that corrupted business is an addition to society. They all know the facts. But somewhere in each of these patterns there is a little some kind of personal selfishness. The individual would like to do what he wants to do, and he's against the individual that tries to prevent him, even if that individual happens to be right. So we have the problem every day of trying to work with these situations. But a person who would like to see a home that is not in constant turmoil, would like to see children grow up without becoming gangsters, can do this. There's no reason why the virtues of the soul, which is in itself higher than the mind, cannot control and direct the leadership of society. The world of society that is going to survive is surviving because it is built upon soul principle and soul power, and is maintained by obedience to soul law. We've got to shift from our present pattern of following anything that offers a slightly larger salary to a situation in which the rulership of mankind moves to the next higher level of his own consciousness. And this stepping up to the next higher level is the stepping up to understanding. It is the step beyond the mind. It is the step beyond genius and beyond philosophy and beyond integrity as we practiced it. It is the gradual realization that there is one great pattern, that all society must follow it. This is hinted at in More's Utopia, and it is very well set forth in many other novel works of thoughtful people who have tried to influence society. There is no doubt in the world that this problem we face could be solved without war, without contamination, without any serious loss of value to anyone, if we would begin to live by the integrities rather than the mistakes. Actually, every bankruptcy is a monument to an integrity that has been broken. Every time that we find people in grave trouble, they've done something that's wrong. Now, why would these people not prefer not to be in great trouble? Why would they prefer to go through a bad scandal or go through prison punishment because of a mistake that they never needed to make in the first place? To get rid of this personal determination to break the rules in order to satisfy the appetites just can't go on into the next generation. The next generation can start where all changes start, in the home. That is the Chinese concept. if the average American home begins to improve, if it's only a 5% improvement, a 10% improvement, we will have a much greater chance of going into the 21st century in one piece. And also, in doing this and making these changes, we prepare a new generation to take over. At the present time, the generation that must take over when we go is in worse condition than we are. The problem is that we cannot have people go on and carry the load unless those people have been exposed to integrities. If the young person growing up today is given the values that are necessary, he will help to build the future. But going as he does now, he is more apt to want to have laws removed entirely, so that he can do exactly as he pleases and destroy anything he doesn't like. We have got to a point where the integrities are gone, and this is not possible to a people who want to go on and build a better world. We have great need today of making simple changes in our personal habits, the simple revisions of our integrities. We need to have greater moral codes of ethics. We may or may not need more theology, that is the question. But we certainly need some religion, and need it badly. We need anything that will induce us to live straight and to do what is right. And that is what the burden was of the ancient times, where the mysteries were established as sacred institutions. They were solid centers of integrity in changing worlds, with a solid background at some point, with a solid section of our society dedicated to one purpose. We can allow the others to drift a little more, and they will drift back into shape. But if we give them no example, if we give them nothing to build upon, if our public school system is as corrupt as our politics, what are we going to do? We are going to destroy the product of ages of growth. We are going to tear down what the soul has built over a period of ages. We are going to betray the whole course of civilization, which has always had a few who have been knighted and given strength, a few who many of that few have been martyred. They have died for principles, and we are dying for breaking principles. And there has to be a change in this particular point of view if we wish to go on. So we will say that after the coming of wisdom is the impetus given by the soul within the individual to take what we find, take the wisdom that we know and take it out of the books and the air and out of our own heads and put it to work in society. Wisdom is of no value if it is not used. And when we get to the point where we will be willing to admit the obvious, namely that we are happier and better with knowledge and wisdom than we are without it, then we can do something. But we cannot go on this way. Half the nations of the world are at war today, or in various forms of warlike maneuvers. We have never had a time in which we've had more money and less ethics, more power and less principle, more scope for progress and less progress. Therefore, we've got to get together and do these things. And they've got to be, to win, it must be a victory of soul power over brute power. That was the dream of Gandhi, and it must be the dream of all. The soul within us, the life within, has to gain victory over the bad habits of the body, and also over the conspiracies of the mind. We may try to get by without making these corrections, but we will not be able to. We cannot go against common sense, integrity, honor, and realities. We cannot break universal laws or bend them to our purposes. We are part of a very large structure that extends far beyond the dimensions of space as we know them. The mystery of life goes on to inconceivable distances and qualities in every direction. And one little planet is not going to be able to break all the rules of this great pattern with impunity. We live in a universe of law, of infinite benevolent law, ever working for the common good of all. And we cannot be an island of hate in an ocean of love. We cannot be an island of fallacy in a great plan of consistencies and integrities. So it becomes very important to us to realize now that the wisdom, the thinking that we have to do, will have to be enlightened, and that we have sources for it. It is quite possible to build it. It is not impossible, but it will require a little thought, a little dedication, a little consecration to principles. If we will keep these things and do them as we know they should be done, we can have a pretty good time. And each person in his own life can begin little ways to do it. If the person has a sharp temper, let's give a little work on that. Get it so it isn't quite so sharp. If an individual knows they have a tendency to disobey the rules of good sportsmanship and make all decisions in favor of themselves, it's time to find out. If a married couple decide and realize that selfishness is separating them, that they are not willing to work together, they want to live off of each other but not with each other, that these types of things are all detrimental. If we will go to work with these little problems and make sure that every child has the best bringing up that we can give it, that every people that we know in the world are given support for their integrities, all these things will help. And with just a small indication of this, we will put the little green sprig out of the earth and show that we are what we are trying to do. There has to be a new birth of truth, a new birth of virtue, a new birth of dedication, a new birth of the realization that we are here for the purpose of growing, and that growth can be a beautiful adventure. If we cannot make a beautiful adventure if we pervert, destroy, and corrupt it ourselves at every step of the way. So, to get our philosophy to work, and we can do great things as needs arise. Thank you.
This morning we have, I think, a very unusual subject, one which I don't think comes up very often. And we're going to try to explain something that will be of value to you in many areas of research. We know in principle that creation is a pattern of vibrations, that everything is moving at certain different rates within one grand rate that includes them all. This is true of solar systems, and it is also true of kindergartens in a school. It is part of life of everything that it grows step by step through an octave of vibrations. Now, in government, for example, all the different forms of government are subdivisions within the principle of government. The principle is the master vibration. And all the different forms of government that develop, good, bad, and indifferent, are conditions of this one master rate. And this rate has both its positive and negative aspects. The positive negative aspects of vibration in political or authoritative arts and sciences rests in the ability of various objects or beings to move through these patterns of vibratory rate and change their functions to meet these patterns. Also, wherever a pattern is met by something unreasonable, destructive, or negative, the pattern fights back. The patterns will never let evil survive. They will continue to negate that which is wrong and build up that which is right. Now, most of the patterns with which we are concerned have been functioning for hundreds of thousands, perhaps hundreds of millions of years. And they represent practically every phase of life. And they are constantly mutated and changed by the conditions of society. In the governmental system, of course,
there will be the one theory of government. This theory of government then will develop into 10 types of government, which normally will be sequential, representing degrees of defense and protection. These different degrees may be monarchy, democracy, communism, or whatever it may be, but they are all minor divisions of one vibratory master note, the note of political authority, leadership, that which must be controlled, directed, and protected, comes under a master rate. And this will go on throughout all the passages of creation. It was going on long before our planet was discovered in space. It will continue long after our planet is gone. For wherever government is necessary, it is reborn. The one master pattern comes back until it is fulfilled. And when it is complete and fulfilled, it means its impulses have perfected in manifestation, and it ceases or transfers to a next higher level of vibratory rate. Now, in dealing with the problems of religion, which of course is our primary interest, we have to recognize that religion is one master rate of vibration. It has existed from time immemorial on many different levels, but religion as a principle represents a relationship between deity and its creations. Religion is deity being recognized through all the aspects of its manifestations. Therefore, we say that the deity itself is made manifest in its works, and its works in every case are rates of vibration. They are the degrees of energy and the specializations of energy that we find in connection with the theories of religion. We must therefore expect to find, and do find, 10 major divisions of the religious principle. We find this represented through the religions of the world, those that have come and those that have gone. For the religion is growing up, growing old, and dying just like any other entity. And when it dies only because it is completed, that there is nothing left that it can add. At that time, the development of humanity passes to another level, and a new power takes over. Whenever a power is complete, a cycle is complete. Wherever an individual, through his religious affiliations, passes from one level of religion to another, this is a time of growth. The religions of the world are a ladder, and the individuals, living things, climb the rungs of this ladder gradually until they have mastered the mysteries of the faith. When they have mastered the whole key to religious manifestation, then religion as such is no longer applicable to them. It is not longer applicable because there is no possible way in which they can infringe upon the integrities of life. So we watch the development of religions, and we realize another interesting point that I think we should always manifest, namely that in all these cycles of vibration there is conflict. Religions are in conflict because of the attitudes of people. The religion itself is never in conflict with another religion. But its followers, having developed sectarian allegiances, become in conflict with all forms other than their own. So we have a great struggle in the world over religion. Religion itself is indivisible. It can never under any conditions be violated. But man, in his ignorance of the values of life, is constantly trying to change universal procedure. He is seeking desperately to make a new pattern of life according to his own fancy. And the more he fancies, the worse his pattern gets. It becomes inevitable, for instance, that all these different separate new creeds that spring up by human endeavor must find their place in the pattern of religion. They may be a novelty. They might be something brought back from old time. If they fit in, they go forward with the rest. If an old religion is revived, it is revived because it has been re-stimulated in principles and integrities. It then proceeds as before. And those types of religion which have never been improved gradually fade away. Now we know, for instance, that in our modern religious world, we've had a great deal of pain and sorrow in connection with the religious life of humanity. These tragic episodes have nothing to do with natural law. The pain is due to what the individual does to the law. The law is never vicious. The law never revenges. The law never hurts of itself. But individuals breaking the law hurt themselves. They come into unfortunate relationships with the vibratory rates which constitute integrity. And their own misdeed bring down upon them an adverse reflex from the law. This does not mean that the law is personally accusing them. It means that there are things that are right and things that are wrong. And regardless of what happens, right is rewarded and wrong is punished. Now, punishment is not because of a malicious point of view, nor is it a result of an effort to dominate religions by some new faith or by strengthening an older one. There is no competition in religion, really, because all of them are parts of a sequence of 10 qualifications within a great octave of energy. All religions are compatible, and anything that is not compatible simply because it isn't part of the religious pattern, it gradually fades away. Everywhere we look, we see, therefore, the effort to grow religiously. Now we are beginning to see it again after quite a time. We remember the growth of religions as they developed within the memories of ancient times. Remember the wonderful centuries between 500 BC and about 500 AD. There was a great birth time of religious beliefs. Things are slowed down somewhat now, and we are beginning to have grave doubts and reservations concerning some of our beliefs. If these beliefs do not work, they are not part of the pattern. If they are irreconcilable with integrity, they are not part of the pattern. Now, in the case of religion, the selfish, self-willed, arrogant individual believes the answer to his problem may be to drop religion entirely, to give up the problems of faith and do as he pleases. Well, he can do that, but he cannot escape the fact that he lives in a universe that is oriented to religion, regardless of what he thinks about it. And almost all the things that interest him in his atheism have some relation to religious values. Honesty, honor, integrity. All of these things are part of moral life. They are part of the great octave which we call religion. Any one of them being violated brings with it a certain inevitable consequence. This consequence is not a revenge on the part of the law. It is not a punishment by a being or by an intelligence against the person who has violated principles. It is simply that the breaking of a rule cuts off the value of that rule and leaves the individual in need of certain things which are brought only by that rule. Therefore, we must be rather careful in regarding any religion as superficial. Now, in religious life, we have a series of 10 degrees, from the highest to the lowest. The highest, of course, would be perfect religion. Religion in which there is no conflict or contradiction. Religion on that level means totally and completely in conformity with truth. And in that conformity, the individual, regardless of the level of his intellect, has no conflict with any belief, any integrity, that other people may have. He will have the capacity to accept the search for reality and be very grateful for those who advance along that path. As he goes downward, though, through the chain of involutionary development, the entity becomes obscured, as we find in scriptures. And there are these wars in heaven and all these things. Now, there is never an actual war in heaven, because heaven cannot fight. The war is a conflict over what is heaven. The rulers of things. The ambitious ruler takes the attitude, possibly, that God should be on his side. If God doesn't appear to be on his side, it's a very serious shock. But it has to be. The truth is never on the side of error. It is on the side of correcting an error. It is never competitive. For all truths lead to unity. All errors end in diversity. Everything that is essential to our forthwith growth is going to lead us nearer to the realities we seek. And in so doing is going to help us to be better people all the way along. Now, when we come into life in an incarnation or embodiment, we bring in with us the records of our own achievement in the vibratory level of religion. We bring our religion with us. Not our religion in the sense of a creed, but our religion in sense of an integrity. If we were reasonably developed in a previous embodiment, we will be reasonably developed now. If we avoided and evaded then, we will be suffering from the consequence of avoidance and evadance now. We will pick up our religious life where we left it off. We will pick it up with the selfishness and the unselfishness, the kindness and the cruelty, the strength and the weakness that measured it in the past. And the individual coming into life nearly always becomes concerned about the spiritual aspects of his own nature, because he is primarily a spiritual entity. Therefore, all of his material actions are karmic to some degree. They represent need of further experience to prove moral or ethical integrity. The individual who breaks the rule and suffers is taught a lesson. If he does not learn the lesson, it is repeated. If he does not learn it in this life, he will repeat it in the next. He will complete a mistake until he wears it out. But he will never be subject to a personal hatred. He will never go into hellfire and damnation over it. He doesn't need to. He can be miserable enough simply living with himself. And in so doing, learning that he cannot accomplish certain misdeeds successfully. So we come into life in various degrees of this religious pattern, assuming that there are